Rachel, we can go.
Okay, great. Well, welcome everyone. Today is Tuesday, July 12th. It's just about 10:30 in the morning. You've tuned into the Board of County Commissioners meeting, and we will be discussing our Energy Code addendum. And we have Brian Paul presenting. If you'd like to introduce yourself and go for it.
Okay. Again, my name is Brian Paul. I'm the Chief Building Official for Pickens County. And we're going to be looking at what we call the matrix, which is kind of putting together an addendum option for addition to the 2015 Energy Conservation Code. And as we discussed in the issue statement posted up there, the purpose of this work session is to discuss the proposed local energy addendum, which is an accompaniment to the adopted 2015 International Energy Conservation Code. A matrix of energy code options and strategies has been created. And what we did in this memo is kind of summarized some of the high points from the first work session that we had. So if we wanted to kind of recap that, we could, or we can just pick up where we left off in the matrix, or we could run through the matrix and kind of do a quick overview of the first few slides that we spent most of our time on last week. So I think what I'll do is I'll bring up the matrix and give you a quick overview of the slides that we visited last time. We spoke about insulation R values, and we spent some time on that. And we talked about the inclusion of remodels and additions in some form or fashion within the confines of bringing up the R values to code.
Yeah, I'm just trying to...
We talked about window values and whether or not we would go with 0.30, which is where 2018 Energy Code is going, or even go to a more restrictive 0.28. So those are some of the discussion items from that slide. The air sealing and indoor air quality, and that's going to come up as we go into the mechanical section. When we start sealing a house as tightly as the 2015 Energy Code requires air sealing, currently in the 2009 code we were at 7 air changes per hour at 50 pascals in a blower door test. So that relates to about 0.35 air changes, which is the old ASHRAE standard for a leaky house, just by nature, just having holes in it and bad windows and staying healthy through proper air movement. When we start looking at the air sealing requirements for this code, the 2015 code, we're going down to 3 air changes per hour. So at 3 air changes per hour, that's about 0.15 air changes at natural instead of 0.35. So we're going to a very, very tight house. And so what's going to be happening is mandatory ventilation requirements. There'll be requirements to bring some outside air in. In our zone, it doesn't make much sense to let the cold outside air leak into your house. It makes more sense to bring tempered outside air in. But that's going to start causing everyone to start looking at ERVs and HRVs or outside air intakes into their forced air systems. And when they don't have forced air systems, they'll have to find some other way of bringing that outside air in. So as we get into the mechanical section, I think those will be some important things to kind of discuss as we go into that section. Third-party testing was covered in depth, talking about the HERS raters and different types of third-party testing and who's going to kind of ride herd over those consultants. And the different compliance paths were discussed, the options that were available, and the fact that the res check option kind of goes away if we alter the R values, the U values, etc. And here we are where we left off in the mechanical systems. So let me go through and make sure we hit all the high points on the agenda item summary, because this is something Cindy put together from our discussion last week. So on the key discussion items on the agenda item summary, it says define standards for inclusion, remodels, and additions. So we did cover that. Different standards for different house sizes and offer a variety of options that are mandatory, cooperative, incentivized. I think that Patty had mentioned that it would be nice to have all of those alternatives kind of in the soup that we end up concocting at the end here of how our addendum ends up. We talked about the total energy use component and how to calculate that, and talked about the factors, the loads like the low voltage loads and some of those other energy consumers that are part of the internal part of the house and aren't covered currently in our REMP program, which only covers exterior. But another option was discussed of maybe incorporating in a whole house BTU budget. which is the next item, rent for internal usage, looking at a total BTU, trying to calculate what that typical house size is, going to be kind of a huge undertaking, so that's probably going to take some time. What we're thinking about, if we do come to a point of writing an ordinance and bring that before the board this year, we probably intend to roll it out in January 1 so that we have time to kind of get some of these background things in place, do some of the studies that you want done to kind of have enough concrete information behind all this so that we know we're moving forward with the right things. So we're not going to rush to the presses with the addendum. We're going to kind of smolder it into something that really works for all of us. So hopefully the board is on board with that approach.
I just want to ask one question about the standards. I really appreciate, I think we all do, the way you've outlined what these various programs do or require in specific areas. So on the net zero, when it says high efficiency offset by renewables, is that perhaps similar to the Build Smart or ours, except that it's requiring additional renewals on top of it?
Correct. It's really taking those same kind of ways of calculating your energy compliance, your normal compliance path information, but the end result is to come up with, however you come up with what your house is using or consuming,
Then you offset
you're
it.
offsetting 50% of that. So the Net Zero Ready program that the Department of Energy was rolling out was based on 2012 standards, as we talked about in the first slide the other day. And so they were looking at, let me go back to that slide. They were looking at lesser R values than we currently are heading for in the 2015 in the Net Zero Ready. The difference was they would have to offset whatever their consumption was on the flip side. So, does that make sense?
Yes, it does. I just kind of wanted that clarification that the standards themselves may not be as different, but the requirement to offset the remainder is.
Correct. So now they're looking at not just exterior energy use offset like our rent program. They're looking at 50% offset of their internal consumption or energy usage in the Net Zero Ready. So that would be kind of a turn in the way we do things now, for sure, because right now we're looking only at exterior energy use for REMP. Now we're looking for energy compliance within the house and within the envelope, and we're setting higher and higher standards to go into how we come up with building that structure. But we haven't really said anything about offsetting internal usage in historical code sections.
Yeah, and I got from your memo that if the board was interested in things like that, the internal use, it would require further study and in-depth looking at what would be reasonable, what's possible, how to potentially measure that.
Definitely, because what we'd have to do first is we'd have to see what a Pitkin County standard model is, because we are so unique and different, or we would have to base it on set standards that are out there for a typical front range home or some other area, which is a big difference.
7,800, 8,000 foot, we need to.
And then we'd have to also factor in the who's using these houses and how they're being used, and some of those factors to maybe come up with our modifiers and our calculations, so that we come up with a reasonable standard first of all. And then once you exceed that standard, that's when you start paying rent or start doing more renewables or do something. I think that's how I see it, the approach that I'd like to take if we go that way,
Okay.
if we're directed that way.
Michael?
So rather than monitor use or whatever, couldn't you just base it on the size of the service and some factor of that and the size of the house? So because they're telling you right up front that they're going to need 400 amps for this size house.
Yes.
So you just assume, you just make calculations based on that rather than actual use, unless they want to provide some basis for that.
And that probably would be the best approach if we don't want to become invasive and start asking for the monitoring or going into other factors in the use of the home. Just base it basically on potential use and how big the house is and how big the service is, and come up with a calculation that way. And that's another approach we could take, is set a standard based on potential consumption.
Right. And that, because that's what they're building for, right? So,
Right.
And we don't have any way of knowing what the actual usage is. And so all you do is make a differential between our suggested standard, and they say, well, we'll monitor it and we'll submit a report to you to show that we get a break of some sort on it.
I think that's a great approach if we wanted to pursue that.
Yeah, allow them to, because then if they decide, if they decide to do their own monitoring, then they develop awareness of what they're actually doing. So they can see that during Christmas vacation, they're really using some serious energy, whereas in the rest of the time, if they turn off the lights, things are pretty quiet at the house, so.
We could even have a rebate program that if we miss the mark by a huge amount and we're charging them more than we ever should have because of the way
Right.
that they're using their home, we could actually offer maybe a rebate to someone
Right.
who demonstrates by using their own bills or their own energy consumption or their own monitoring through Holy Cross and demonstrate and prove that their house, even though it's massive, is energy efficient.
Right.
We could even have an option like that in
Right, but
the
you
whole
put the
program.
burden on them or the incentive on them, so.
Mhm. I think that's a great approach. Really do.
Very good.
Let's see if I cleared out the rest of these. Commissioning a white paper for the public sector. And Kathy Hall's here from the landfill. We invited her to
Hey,
join
Kevin.
us. We'd like to work cooperatively with you and with CORE to come up with this white paper that the board was suggesting to kind of see how much of these 15,000 square foot homes that are being torn down could be actually potentially used in the valley. And then if it has to be used outside the valley, the cost impacts of shipping things out of the valley for use. So if you have any comments on that, you could throw that in now, or we can wait until we get deeper in. Okay. I just wanted to give you that opportunity, if that's okay.
Can I?
Patty?
You know, I met a gentleman in the 4th of July parade who has a company, deconstruction company. Kathy, are you aware of him? 'Cause I got his business card too, but I think it's at home.
Yeah, Aspen Deconstructors.
Yeah.
So they're one of the only ones in the valley that I'm aware of that actually deconstruct properties.
He said he'd been talking to, was it you at the landfill?
He's
Okay.
been out several times. Great business model. He has a facility in Rifle, I believe, where he takes the deconstructed materials and sells them.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I didn't forget to
That's excellent.
mention, yeah.
Is that JP Straight?
Yeah,
You can stay, Bill.
it's Aspen Deconstruction.
Okay. Michael?
But in terms of some building materials, you're not allowed to use building materials in new construction, right?
Well, it depends.
It depends.
Yeah. Some things have to be looked at by an engineer and evaluated to be reused. Some plumbing components and different parts and pieces have to meet current standards to be reused. So there is some controls on that. We'd have to really have some expertise involved with making sure that things don't get reused and resold.
Well, yeah, I don't actually visualize it being reused here as much as somewhere else,
Mhm.
that don't have as strict standards or inspections, so. But I just want to make the point that we can't actually reuse a number of stuff. That it has to actually go somewhere else if it's going to be reused.
Potentially, yes.
The only
Great.
thing we used around here would be Roman columns or something like that, you know.
Well, we do get a lot of decorative beams and a lot of doors and windows and things that are still
Granite
within current
countertops.
standards. Toilets and tubs that are still meet current standards. And so there would be a lot that could be reused for sure, that end up being just crushed or destroyed at this time. So. If we continue on the list, there's number 5, investigate the effect of energy conservation savings on mortgage. That was something that Rachel brought up, and we can look into that for sure. Create a return on investment report. I actually was fortunate enough to be sent a 2015 Energy Code analysis of residential provisions of the 2015 Energy Code from
Ta-da.
SWEEP. They're out of Boulder. It's the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project. And so in the 3rd work session next week, I'm going to prepare this as part of the attachments that I send to you and highlight some of the high points that I saw in there. The interesting thing was that there's a really good return on investment for the requirements and the provisions in the 2015 code. It's like a 4.5-year return on investment on most of the factors that are in there. The cost impact is looking right around the $2,500 to $3,000 above the potential cost on a roughly 2,200 square foot house. But the that's the return on the investment but the cost impact is only about roughly the same. So it's going to pretty much be a wash within that 4-year ROI, or return on investment, of the money that's invested above and beyond 2009 code. So at first glance, these numbers look great. So I'm going to try to analyze them a little bit more so I'm comfortable with speaking clearly on them and getting them to you. But it was very interesting to see that was already done for us. And so now all we'll have to look at is the factors that we kind of pile on and add to where that takes us financially and how that changes the cost impacts. So going to be a big help. They invited me to be a part of their roundtable discussion that they're going to be having with Routt County, because they're talking about maybe rolling out the 2015 codes and wanting to see some of the research that we've done here to prepare. So that'll be interesting to participate in that. So. Develop a monitoring program. This one I think is a big one, to make sure that we go back and make sure that these solar systems and photovoltaic systems are functioning and up and working. Oh, I've got the wrong screen up, but that's okay. I'm going through the memo, the AIS. Consider requiring HERS rating and prepare a cost analysis. So,
And one last time for the public, what is HERS rating?
Home Energy Rating System.
Okay, thank you.
I was going to say sister, but that
Yeah, I didn't want everyone to confuse it with the HIS program.
Yeah, we have his and hers. All righty, so let's enter the matrix, as we like to do. We're into the section on mechanical systems, and as we talked about last time, we went over it across the top. We have what's going on currently in the 2015 IECC, International Energy Conservation Code. The staff recommendations are in green, and basically what we kind of consider our 2015 plus, or the energy addendum look. The next column is Build Smart out of Boulder, and what they're using in the mechanical system section. The next one is Net Zero, or Net Zero Ready, and then Net Zero. And as we go through, currently there is no minimum appliance efficiency. So what we'd like to see is that all appliances within a home are E-Star appliances. We have that currently in our efficient building program above code, but we'd like to keep a component like that in the energy addendum, or we'd like to offer up to the board keeping the requirement for all appliances that can be E-Star, be E-Star. Now the question comes up is, do they stay in the house? So maybe that's where those checkbacks come into play here too, that there is some kind of check back that those appliances actually stay in place and the homes actually continue to use them after the initial year. And that's just a question to throw out there.
I'm interested in doing this, certainly. I think it would be helpful to the board to have a printout or something of the various E-Star appliances available.
Okay.
I know
They
that.
do. Yeah.
Well, I'm just thinking, depending on the home, people try to have, as you said, walk-in freezers, or practically Sub-Zero and other high-end finish type of appliances. And I would imagine that they're pursuing energy efficiency as well and get those sort of ratings. But it'd be nice to see that we're not maybe narrowing people to this very small chunk of choices.
Well, one option we could throw out there would be maybe a percentage of the appliances installed have to meet E-Star. So if they install one appliance, that's the one that's E-Star.
Or if they
install 10.
choose to not do, for some reason, there is an additional offset required.
A trade-off.
Yeah, a trade-off.
That would probably be a good way to look at that. Minimum water heater efficiency is the next column, and currently there is no minimum there again. So Build Smart went to an 80% energy factor, which is, I guess, the way that they are labeled for their efficiency. One consultant offered up that the important thing to do is to make sure that there's hot water recircs, or maybe even on-demand hot water heaters, and a way to keep that hot water ready, but not have a whole storage tank constantly heating water when it's not necessarily needed, but a way to kind of provide that instant hot water that people want for that instant gratification in their shower. So,
what does that do for energy efficiency?
in some ways it saves, because the boiler's not running constantly when it's not needed, or short cycling, or doing things outside of its normal performance. And that's part of the analysis that I can have that consultant do for me, is show a comparison between a house without one and a house with one, and see if it's a value, for us to enforce something like that.
Just, my experience with it is that the plumbers say that you get cavitation in the joints and the angles, and therefore you have to put at least you have to put the recirc on a timer so it's not running all the time.
Yes.
Saying that it's not running as frequently at night as it is during your morning session and your evening session, but the problems associated with it can be pretty significant because you get leaky pipes.
Yeah, you don't want to wear through the
Right.
the elbows. Yeah, 90s.
What's a dry tank?
A dry tank?
Yeah, my sister has a dry tank water heater, and she has on-demand hot water from it. Yeah, I'll have
I
to
see.
ask
Yeah.
her. Yeah.
I've never heard that term,
Yeah.
but on demand is they don't have a storage tank.
Well, maybe
basically.
that's what
it means.
but she
Dry.
calls it a dry tank.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But
nice.
yeah, so it doesn't always have water sitting in the tank.
Right.
It only, yeah, and it's hot when you turn it on. It's
Mhm.
there.
Yeah, they have to sometimes increase their either electrical or gas service to kind of make up and compensate for that, because it has to send all burners on at
Right.
once to really fire up that water, because it's trying to heat it as it passes through this
Right,
the
right.
heat exchanger within the boiler. So it's a rapid fire, high intensity heat that kind of warms that water up and sends
Quickly.
it on its way.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems to me really much to be a trade-off between energy consumption and water consumption. Because if someone's waiting to take a shower and they let the water run
Right,
for
yeah.
4 minutes till the cold water turns to hot, you've wasted a lot of that resource. So it's a balance between the two. I know I've talked about this or thought of this more when I've worked on water issues. And, you know, I've always thought if there was a certain distance perhaps from the main boiler in the house, that then those bathrooms have to be equipped with a instant hot water system,
Mhm.
so that it doesn't have to, again, rush 50 gallons through the system just to get you to the hot water.
That makes sense,
Yeah.
for sure. Furnace and boiler efficiencies, there is no minimum currently in code. We offered up what Build Smart Boulder went to, which is the 92% efficient, which gets you into the direct vent type boilers, and the high efficiency boilers are all in that range above 92. If you go below 90, you're getting into the atmospheric boilers, and the atmospheric boilers become more and more of a problem with our tightly sealed homes, because now there's not as much ambient air and not as much airflow. So now you have to bring in cold combustion air into that space again, and you're dealing with a lot of those hot and cold temperature issues and heating those cold areas, and dealing also with the potential for carbon monoxide in a toxic home, because you've sealed it up so tightly, and then you're burning off the air in the space. So a lot of jurisdictions are going to mandating the direct venters. We don't have to mandate direct vent, but if you go to a 92% efficient, you kind of ultimately
And direct
have.
vent means external to the house.
They vent out, they exhaust outside, but they bring in their own combustion air to the unit through piping directly to the boiler or furnace. So that's just something that we put out there we can discuss. I know that we do have a few people that when their old 86% efficient boiler or 82% efficient atmospheric boiler dies and stops working, they want to just replace it. And it becomes a little bit of an issue of replacing the piping and creating that new ducting and making that work again. So I think that's why we've never really fought for that minimum efficiency. But I think as code gets tighter and tighter, and that's where we're going, those are the kind of few places we can pick up a few extra points in the energy performance of a home and making things a little bit better. So I think that's definitely something to put on the table and for the board to.
And so potentially this could be obviously part of the new standards for new construction, period. And then as per the memo, we're going to be looking at guidelines for remodels and rebuilds in terms of what triggers what. And so
Absolutely.
that would be, you know, something to really look at in that section.
Yeah, that's a very good way to look at it, I think.
Yeah. Steve?
So if someone's boiler dies, their old one, and they're replacing it,
Mhm.
would that be considered a remodel, or could we require them to do the 92% efficient
I
one?
think we'd have to write that into code, for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, it seems like, I mean, that'd be a perfect time to do it, and if someone has to replace it anyhow, if they could do it the most efficient one they could get, that makes a lot of sense.
You
And
know,
it's probably not a whole lot more money for them to do it right if they do have to replace it.
Well, I think that's what I was kind of getting at, Steve. I agree with you in terms of the timing, but I really like to know what the duct work and the additional, installation is, because that
Yeah,
could be,
If they have to
Right.
tear all the pipes in the whole house
Yeah,
out
we're
to do
not-
it, that's a
we're gonna-
different.
yeah, so we
That's
have
a
to get more
different
information on
matter,
that. Michael?
Well, typically, the newer, high-efficiency ones have much less to deal with than larger boilers. You don't have exterior, you don't have to duct it, it's already ducted through a pipe, and they're smaller. So you tend to save space in your mechanical room when you do it. So people tend to do it easily. It's not and they don't want to worry about their boiler. None of these people want to worry about their boiler, so they're going to put in the best boiler they can find, typically, at that level of large house.
We used to, if you were replacing like for like, we didn't even get involved in the inspection of those. But when I was out in the field, ran across a couple instances where they wanted to reuse some flues that were in terrible disrepair and rusted out from condensation leaking back through. So we kind of implemented an inspection process where they had to verify that they could reuse those old flues, because sometimes it's not the best thing to go just put that boiler right back where it was, because there's maybe problems up inside the root walls or the ceiling that you don't even know about. So we created an inspection requirement for those, reusing those. And a lot of times now too, with the high efficiency ones, they can sleeve up right through the existing ductwork too, so it's not too much of a hardship. But I think as a building official, I could always allow hardship situations where somebody says it's going to cost me, this many dollars to replace all this, and I would really like to use it, and have them build a case for a hardship. I think is always kind of an alternative means and method is in my code and my purview to deal with. So.
And people,
That's an
actually,
option, too.
people want a more sealed, I mean, with the old duct system where you had open ventilation to bring in the air, it's not a really good system for your mechanical room, because critters get in there, the vents get blocked. It's not a great system, so.
You're right. In this cold weather, people put insulation in their intakes, and block their combustion air. So they don't want that cold air coming in. But unfortunately, that's when the boilers and furnace are running.
Steve?
Yeah, in the case of a hardship case, that might be something that Core could consider doing an
A grant?
energy assistance thing for replacing a furnace, which maybe isn't part of what they do now, but that could be a good addition for sort of similar to the the LEAP program that.
Or even just rebates towards the Energy Star appliances, so, that might be something to
Well,
measure.
maybe it could apply to anybody, have the rebate for a high efficiency furnace.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well,
I can
let's,
speak to that very quickly. We
yeah,
do
Charlie,
have-
introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, hi, I'm Charlie Eckert with CORE, the Building Science Coordinator, and we do have rebates for sealed combustion high efficiency furnaces and boilers, and they do have to meet that 92% AFUE. And they tend to be typically a little more costly, and depending where they're situated, whether it's a mechanical room or a crawl space or attic, there's definitely some alterations often in the conversion that drive up that replacement cost. But we do, both us and Source Gas offer rebates for those higher efficiency appliances, so we're here to help.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'd like to see us kind of pull all those strings together so that it's clear in the code about, how to pursue the energy grants, or, again, some idea of the magnitude. I'm not, again, so worried about the big homes, but you do get worried about someone who may have a very small home and it's just time for their furnace to go. And I don't know if the rebates are at all means tested. I don't know if they should be means tested. But, I think we can drill down on that one a little bit more. But I'd love to see, with renovations as well as new construction, getting more efficient.
And it's nice that we're in line with the rebates that are already
Already there, yeah.
Nice.
Okay, very good.
We can continue. The next section is unit heaters. Just they need to be the 92% efficient as well. Commissioning is a big component, And originally I was looking at maybe commissioning in all circumstances, that every furnace, every boiler, every piece of equipment that gets fired up, we get a report from the engineer that designed the system that it's fully functional and operational. But when I talked to the consultant, he kind of asked if we could look at maybe, because they are required to use Manual J and Manual S, which are the design standards for proper sizing of equipment, and they do all their calculations to engineer this all properly, their feeling was that if we only required commissioning on systems that exceeded those standard design criteria, so if it was outside the normal realm of normal engineering, then we would put in the commissioning requirement and ask for that commissioning report, because it is an additional expense. And if they've already spent the money with an engineer doing the design work and developing the system, they question whether or not it's still required to be commissioned. But we can definitely look at commissioning across the boards and require every unit that's fired up, that the owner gets an owner's manual saying, this is your unit, this is how it works, and it performed to its design criteria from the get-go. And it could be simple. We could keep it to a minimal, just a basic performance report that shows that it's up and operational and functioning. Or we could go to a complex, it's delivering the right CFM to every room that it's blowing air into, and so that's just a question out there, that how far do we want to take something like that, and is that something beneficial to us? Of course it's beneficial if you've oversized your system and it's running all the time, or not, or short cycling all the time, or you undersize it where it's running all the time, being burnt out and replaced constantly. There's reasons why we want to know it's up to speed and actually operational. But is that so important that we want to include it in our energy addendum? That's kind of the question to the board.
What is the cost of commissioning, and can the same engineers and designers who are assisting somehow be certified to do the commissioning?
Yes, they can be. A lot of times, though, it's done by balancing companies that come out and do the system balancing and do, there's kind of a third-party group that comes out, and they do some of the testing and some of the performance stuff, and then that gets brought back to the engineer, and then they compile a report. They could just, knowing that it's required here, include that in their upfront costs for their design work, as long as they're aware that that's one of the requirements. Generally, what I've seen is if we require commissioning at the back end, they charge an hourly rate, and sometimes it's in the triple digits. So it can add up for sure, for the smaller projects especially.
Michael?
Yeah, that's really complicated.
That's why I saved it for
It's
today.
really complicated, and I'm not sure that I would, the only reason I would consider doing that is on a safety basis, that the system is safe. But one of the biggest problems, is my experience, was at the end of the construction, and you have all this stuff, and it is exceedingly difficult to have a comfortable house. Who knows why? And yet, hundreds of people worked on it. And this commissioning won't guarantee that anyway, because there's so many factors involved, where the placement of the thermostats, where the bed is, where the only reason I would consider it is for safety, on a safety basis. But they're all engineers that, as you said, that do the design anyway, so they've got a stamp on it to begin with. So.
I think one way to look at it to help simplify it would be when you have multiple systems, where you have a forced air system working in tandem with a in-floor or baseboard hydronic system, and there's a cause-effect situation going on where one is triggering the other and the other is triggering that, and that's where it starts getting you lose efficiencies, and the settings of the systems aren't necessarily optimized. So that would be a good point to bring in a commissioner.
But that's really the client's. He's expecting that to be balanced and to be working. So for us to say it is, I think gets in the way of. We just get in between that client and his mechanical people. But I agree, and it's actually even more complicated than that, because there's usually a humidity system involved in that, and so that gets that's really complicated. And So the mechanical rooms, and this is for larger houses, typically you won't find that in a small house, but it's like being in a submarine.
Well, and as Charlie brings up, from a practical standpoint, when we're out in the field, we see situations where if you had a normal heating/cooling system that was combined, there's usually a dead zone that it doesn't operate, that it stops heating, thinks about it for a while, sees what the temperature adjusts out to, and then maybe kicks on cooling if the demand requires it. But we do have a lot of houses that have heating and cooling going on in different parts of the house all simultaneously and covering and actually causing the other one to fire and
Right.
operate. So, but that is kind of just the complexity of our systems, and the engineer and the designer is ultimately responsible to the client to make that all work properly. The question is how much wasted energy is wrapped up and tied up in that.
Well, that's where you get into just a simpler deal, which is to monitor the energy use at
Total
the
use.
structure. So, if it's out of line, something's wrong within the house, or somebody's leaving something on all the time, or somebody's set the thermostat wrong. But for us to get involved in that balancing, I've been in houses where it's taken years to get it right.
Mm-hmm.
Because typically, the radiant guy goes, well, he's doing it, and the air conditioning guy goes, well, he's doing it, and it turns out it's the maids turning up the, so I don't know if you can actually commission something.
And you're right, if we do go to a total BTU budget, that would be taken care of in our world, in the usage world, by the fact that we are just, if they're an energy glut because of their systems are not functioning well, then they're going to be paying into the program through that. And that may just cause them to go fix those systems and
Right.
get everything functioning better. So that's a good point, that if we're doing a whole house, either a set standard or monitoring, we'd kind of take that into consideration, is that some of these complex systems are running all the time,
And you should check it.
yeah.
I mean, the
Yeah.
client, the owner
Client
should check it.
We don't have to
Yeah, you don't
police
have to
that
check it.
individually. We can
Because if
say,
you get involved in, well, it's just really enormously complex.
okay, that's a good point.
Let's drill down on that a little bit longer, because when you say monitoring, I'd imagine that is after the home is constructed. And so does that mean that there will be a requirement for a smart meter? And how do you meter their gas uses versus their electric usage?
That's why, going back to what Michael said earlier about we don't get into the monitoring, but we get into setting a standard based on maybe the size of the home and the size of the electric system and the potential use of the home. Instead of going the monitoring route on the backside of it, see what it's built potentially to use and base it on that. And then if they come back and say, no, we've been in the house for 3 years and our bills are much lower than you guys anticipated with your set standard, then we could have that discussion of, oh, okay, let's adjust your.
Okay, I got you.
I think that's a nice
Or
approach.
if it's way above that budget, then it'd be a chance for them perhaps to take corrective action with the balancing of the systems and/or then, future offsets, more offsets.
Or not melt in the driveway unless the clients are there.
Yeah.
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 And that's kind of self-diagnosing, if we set up these standards and then they're way beyond those, then they're going to go, oh, I wonder, we should look into why that's
Right.
happening. Then you find out that
Okay.
someone is dialing up the thermostats or whatever, it's the user inside. So
Great.
I like that.
We'll let you keep going on.
The last thing on this is mechanical room upgrades. Sealed mechanical rooms are a very wise thing to do, especially on the ones that are atmospheric, bringing in that cold outside air. So in the efficient building program, we had points for a sealed mechanical room, or the direct vent type equipment. Mandating that is an option we can put on the table. Right now, those are optional things in the energy code. They aren't required unless you have an atmospheric boiler. Then it is required that you seal the mechanical room. But there is no requirement for the direct vent. Boulder, of course, went to the sealed mechanical room or direct vent equipment. So that's just a couple of last options on the mechanical side of things.
What my experience with it, I'm sorry to be monopolizing.
No, that's okay.
But
No, this is
You know a lot
that's
about
why we're
is-
here.
is that most mechanical rooms are way too hot.
Latent heat.
And people tend to open the doors to the mechanical room because, say, it faces onto the garage, and the garage is kind of cool. Well, they spill the heat into the garage. So the sealed door thing, actually, you know, when the mechanical room is at 95 degrees, people think that there's something wrong inside of there. So, and why am I keeping it in here? Why don't I let it go in my garage? So the whole sealed door, so I don't know what, I think there's a better solution. Is somehow either eliminate the excess heat in the mechanical room somehow, or reuse that heat somehow. I don't know what it is.
Well, there comes in a great way to deal with bringing in that outside air to the rest of the house. If you had an ERV or an HRV,
Inside the mechanical.
and well, or you just bypass them. You take the warm air and exhaust it to the outside. It bypasses through a heat exchanger the cold air coming in and naturally warms it. So that would be a great argument for how to utilize that latent heat
Right.
from your mechanical room, but still get it outside. Keep your mechanical room sealed.
But use it.
Push that air outside, pass through an ERV or an HRV, energy recovery ventilator or heat recovery ventilator.
Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah.
Would that be a much better system?
Yes, I think we could even mandate an approach like that. If you're going to bring in outside air, you have to temper it. If you want to temper it, take advantage of exhausting your bathrooms, exhausting your mechanical room to pass that heat across fins that will warm the outside air.
Even the
coming in.
bathrooms?
There's warm enough air in the bathroom.
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now.
No,
It's-
no,
It's
I mean,
already room
you know,
temperature.
yeah.
So I think that would be a great design approach. I don't want to necessarily get into design for
Right,
them
right.
because that's kind of, it starts putting too much on the building department for the design.
That's a
work.
very efficient way of
But
doing
it would be an efficient way. If they say, how in the world am I going to bring cold 0-degree weather in Colorado into the house? Well, you bypass it past an exchanger, and it warms it as it comes in. So I think that would be a great way to use that latent heat.
I agree. Steve?
I'm reminded that the RMI Innovation Center doesn't have a furnace. And I don't know if they have a mechanical room, and I haven't had a chance to have the tour since they finished the building, but that would be interesting to see if they must have some sort of a mechanical room for
Yeah.
pumps and fans or whatever, and I'd be curious what the temperature is in that
How they
room,
need that heat. Yeah.
just to kind of compare and maybe think towards future, where we might go in the future on that.
I went on the tour, and they have an ERV or HRV, one of the two, up in the attic space that takes the stratified air, all the warm air that's risen all day to the ceiling, and moves it back down to the lower air to recirculate it and get it moving around. So they do kind of take some of that technology into play, and the roof being pitched with the high and low windows and the natural heat convection going through the building is part of the reason why they felt like they didn't need any heat source, is because of the glass and the glazing and the natural convection and the way the building was designed. So they took a lot of those principles into their design for sure.
How do they control that heat in the summer?
That's one of the big issues. They do have screens that
So
come
they
over
just
the glass.
It's tempered down the passive solar aspect.
And they have actually some projections on the exterior. And those are some of the things that we would like to put into the land use code.
Because you can do
Yes.
those all by computer modeling. Right?
Yes, you
Your
can-
site,
you
your
can-
location, your sun, yeah.
You see your solar orientation and you calculate how far the projections have to be to keep that
Right,
sun
right.
off the glass.
At certain
and-
times of the year.
And that's all stuff that we'd love to put into the land use rewrite, so
For
that
the
those things
siting
are
of the house.
taken care of, siting the house way prior to coming to the building department to get a permit, so.
It's a great
I think
idea.
Okay,
we'll
we
lose-
got about 45 minutes. I know, we might have to have a third work session.
We're definitely having a
We
third. It's
have
already
the topic.
scheduled.
We already have one scheduled.
The third was hopefully going to be mostly REMP, because
Okay.
REMP's probably a whole day in itself.
Okay.
But I want to get through the rest of this so that we can
Yeah,
do
yeah,
that.
yeah, please, please.
And so the renewables, oh, we're right there, look at that. So renewables in the Build Smart process are optional. And in the 2015, they're optional unless they're doing REMP. What we'd like to kind of see is maybe offering up an incentive or a mandate for making things solar ready or PV ready, so that sometimes all it's the simplest thing is putting a conduit through the roof, or someday putting a PV panel up there and you're burying that in the wall so it's there to pull some wire through when you're ready. So it's not a huge impact, but it saves time in the long run tearing out a wall and putting something in and doing the things that you might need to do to make that happen. So, and we could look into what other components could be dialed into that solar ready or PV ready. I just thought that would be a good way to start moving towards the net zero philosophy, where every houses potentially doing renewables.
And so you would be suggesting that they be one of these three ready, but not all three ready?
They don't have to be all three. They could choose their path
Okay.
and prepare for which way they potentially think they're going to go. So,
This makes a lot of sense to me for new construction. This is not necessarily for remodels unless it's a
they
larger,
open it up.
full thing. I recall years ago, just with standard homes more on the Front Range, a discussion about having them pre-wired for a ceiling fan, rather than someone having to wire it after they've moved in for a ceiling fan, because it was a great way to
deter
move
it.
the air around. And so this makes a lot more sense to me.
Right.
Does everyone agree kind of on this page? We can move on to the next.
Well, I think, you know, this could be part of the RAMP program too, which is, you have some
Definitely.
choices here. Get it ready or
True.
something else.
Very true.
Okay, that's a good consideration.
And remember that we're trying to roll all those into this one addendum. REMP and energy and efficiency are going to be live in this addendum. So as we rewrite these three programs, we're going to kind of move them into one cohesive document so that everybody knows where to go. Because right now those things are scattered and they overlap in some ways and they conflict in some ways. So my goal hopefully is to, when we're done here, have this addendum be encompassing all three of those programs in a nice, neat package that's a little bit easier to implement, but has all the components that we all want. So
Right, and allows the person to make the best choice.
that's the goal.
So for me, it's not a question of forcing you to do it, it's just saying you're able to make the best choice and this is the path to make that best choice.
You know, as we're talking about going into the REMP discussions, how would you envision coordinating with the city building code since you know about half the dollars from REMP come from the city?
Mhm. We are very similar to them in the calculation methods and the way that we collect the money, but that is already varied. They have some different calculations than we do, and they looked at our GROP program, but decided they wanted to just allow commercial buildings to have a certain percentage for life safety type snowmelt. So there is already some diversions between us and the city. I don't think that hurts us as long as the funds are being collected in an appropriate manner and that the money is being utilized by CORE in the best way possible. I think that we can make sure that we're not collecting a way greater dollar figure for the same work that they're doing. So right now our calculation for snowmelt is the same dollar figure as theirs. Our calculation for pools is the same dollar figure as theirs. I think if we kind of stay on those same pretenses, some of the other methodology can vary without really doing any harm to the program. It is a little bit of confusion to someone who's working both jurisdictions. So we have tried to stay as similar as possible, but in meeting the needs and the desires of the board and the differences in Pickens County with the way things work, we've already started to kind of split apart in how we do some of the methodology. And when we get into the REMP discussion, I'll show you, the consultant's been helping me to just look and see how we got to where we are. And we're going to kind of deconstruct REMP a little bit and take a look at, is it really right now doing what we want it to do? And where would we like to take it? And then I think that if we take those principles across the street to the city and we all look at it as a group again, then I think that we can come up with something maybe that's more comparable across the table, where they're the same as us. They may not agree with all of the things that I'm offering up, but I think that in a lot of ways, the philosophy behind where I'd like to kind of see REMP go would work for them as well as us. So I don't know if that answered your question. It probably just muddled it, but do you agree with my thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely. We've had lots of conversations about this and met with the consultant with Brian, so.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I think that's a good starting point. The one thing that would strike me is the city may certainly have more multifamily and more commercial to deal with
They do.
in the energy codes.
Definitely.
Okay.
So this is a section that Kathy will be interested in, for sure. Sorry, you've been sitting here this whole time waiting to get here, but, and where we can make probably the biggest kind of strides in our program, I think, because there are some programs out there, but they're very similar to our efficient building program. And our efficient building program has had its great success. And there's a lot of components. These are components that I took from the efficient building program that I thought were still very worth keeping. And I looked at making them required, but we can definitely look at them from the ICM approach of incentivized, required, or encouraged. What is it? MCI approach. Mandatory, what was it? Mandatory, cooperative, or incentivized. But I showed them as required here just because they were successful ones from the efficient building program. And if you go through, of course, Build Smart has some very similar requirements in their program. Net Zero Ready does not really address the sustainable side of things. It mostly addresses the energy trade-off, the 50%. So we're kind of above the net zero concept in what we do with sustainability now with the efficient building program, and where we'd like to kind of continue going into the energy addendum. So in here, these, like I said, we're taken straight off the efficient building program. Job site waste requirements for reducing, compacting, recycling requirements for having separate dumpsters for separating materials on site, the use of sustainable materials, FCI rated or SFI, Sustainable Forest Initiative, or proper framing practices, use 24-inch center framing, using California corners. Some of those principles that were in the efficient building program, I think, are still worth looking at and continuing to incentivize or mandate, whichever.
Did you say California corners?
California corners, yeah. What you do is you take two studs, instead of packing a corner solid with a column or a pack out of studs, you make an L out of two framing studs.
Right.
And then you can insulate deeper into that corner. So you don't have those cold spots where it's just wood basically insulating your house. You actually have insulation back in there. So a lot of times the houses that were designed that way in plan review didn't get built that way in the field because a lot of the framers were used to the
old
framing
system.
principles and thought that they needed to carry it with more wood there. So a lot of times those points were lost in the efficient building program because they didn't comply with it. But it's still a good concept and can work in a lot of ways, especially if they're going to do spray foam, because spray foam adds a little bit of a structural integrity to that corner as well. So
California corners.
California corners.
Kind of like a rolling stop sign.
Very similar, very similar. Sealed ductwork is a requirement already in the 2015 code and is required in our efficient building program. And I took it as far as in the efficient building program to the fact that even though the IRC, the International Residential Code, allowed you to use drywall for like a return or a supply, we would still make people pan those with ductwork to keep that air in the duct where it belonged and not sucking air through the walls and drawing in the dirt and the dust and the debris and the fiberglass fibers into that ductwork. So sealing of the ductwork goes a long way in Pickens County. I'd like to keep that as a standard going forward. Increasing the pipe insulation values, I'll have to recheck that because with the 2009 code, the efficient building program was a little bit above 2009, our values on pipe insulation, but we can look and see 2015 may have already kind of exceeded that. Boiler operation was part of the efficient building program. We can actually make it part of our mechanical program in the IECC. But we talked about modulating or sequentially staged so that they have a whole group of boilers. Sorry. That they work in sequence and they aren't all running at once, that there's some sense to when another boiler kicks on or another component kicks in to heating the house. And also having outdoor resets, so if it hits a certain set point outside, that it stops running the heat because it's no longer as required to run at the magnitude that it was running prior to that heat set point. So, and then we are keeping the exhaust fan in the garage just because we've got everybody in the habit of doing that. And we think it's good sense to evacuate that bad air from a garage that's attached to the house. especially if there's carbon monoxide buildup, exhaust buildup, or whatever, we still want to run that exhaust fan and exhaust out that garage area. So those are sustainable things that we'd like to keep from the efficient building program. Now, Kathy and I have had earlier discussions and about the efficient building program had set some really good standards, but the tough part is letting them go to fruition. And I think what our goal is to work cooperatively and kind of make sure that the programs we put into our code also work for the landfills, so that if we do make them separate wood, that there is a place for that to go. If we do make them separate the recycling, that there's a repository for that. So that's why we're trying to kind of partner up and make sure that as we establish what we think are good ideas in the addendum, that there's a way to kind of follow through on that. So if you want to share a little.
Can I just ask a question before we move on? The exhaust fan in the garage, is that just a switch-operated exhaust fan? Is that what's required?
That was the only thing it couldn't be, is an on-off switch. It had to be on either a motion detector or a carbon monoxide sensor, or work every time the garage door opened and closed on a relay. We had different ways that we could do that. I think for some reason when they wrote the efficient building program, they didn't really define parameters on. They didn't define sizing parameters either. And when people would ask me for a sizing parameter, I would just think, well, look at the total volume of the space and how long it would do to do one air change, and size your equipment and the time it runs based on evacuating that volume of air one time. And so each time it ran, it would evacuate the space. So we could write that into this program, because I think that's important. Mm-hmm. It wasn't really clearly defined in the old efficient building program, and raised a lot of questions. And so a lot of people thought they had to run it on a carbon monoxide detector, which added another $1,000 to the cost of putting it in. So, and that wasn't a mandate at the time. It could have been on a motion detector or a relay. So I think as we write this new format, I think we need to think about the history of some of the things that were going wrong in the efficient building program, and make sure we kind of fix those things and kind of refine some of the things in the background.
Because some of those garages are very, very large.
True.
2 or 3 car garages.
6 to 19.
And so to change the air in one of those
Would take a lot.
is a really significant deal. So, I mean, I'm not objecting to it. I'm just saying that that it's really significant. And then, of course, I think you should require your exchange on that fan, no matter what.
The warm air going out.
Yeah, because if you're emptying 1,500 square feet of garage and you're just throwing it outside, that doesn't make any sense at all.
That's an interesting concept we can look into for sure.
Particularly if you have 3 trips a day and the garage door is opening and tripping it.
Yeah.
That's really substantial.
And you have an attic fan size exhaust fan.
Right.
Taking out all the air. No, that's a good point.
Anyone else? There's a question here for us. Are there anything missing? Are there other items not mentioned in the efficient building program that we'd like to talk about? And the one that strikes me, and it's a little bit of a sideways fit here, but under your job site waste, I think we should make it clear that all food from the workers has to be deposited in a separate trash can.
It's already required.
It's required, but we do it in all of our land use codes.
It's in our construction management. Yeah.
And it just, I don't know if it need, but since this title was literally sustainable methods and materials, not affecting the bears while you're building, I think is a sustainable method. So I just thought and since we're requiring this, I hate to have something in this part of the code and then something else in that part of the code when both are about waste, and both about how you separate or keep your waste. So it may be worth noting in this area too.
Definitely.
And if anyone else had anything else under this area. Okay. No, we'll move on.
All right.
Well, I have a question.
Yeah, Patty?
If you're gonna bring that up, we do have in the construction management too carpooling, so that we don't have is that a requirement? It's because of, obviously in the county when there's no parking on the job site. But do they do it voluntarily? Do the big construction companies?
It's in the construction management and it's in the land use. The policing of that is very difficult, especially right now when we don't have a code enforcement officer.
Right.
That was one of Carrington Brown's main duties, was parking. The sheriff's office doesn't really get involved too much in the parking issues unless it's on county
Right, right.
right-of-ways. So that is a big contentious discussion for sure, is that the parking is kind of all over the streets and all
Yeah.
over the
That's a
side
great
roads
point to
and
bring
stuff.
up, Patty.
Well, especially when we're looking at the traffic impacts coming into town and how many of these single-car vehicles, single occupancy, and that you do see some of the bigger companies, Shaw, R.E. Nelson, they have great van service for their employees. They park at the intercept lot and they ride in, or they drive all the way down Valley. They come in on these vans, and I just don't know how we can, like you said, how we can enforce or monitor that. But I think that's really critical to some of these large projects, if at the same time we're looking at trying to, in some way, lessen the traffic impact coming and going from the entrance to Aspen.
You know, we've tried the stick approach. I wonder if we incentivized and showed up randomly at job sites where somebody has
With cookies.
got a carpool, and give them cookies or $20 or whatever, and gave them some kind of reward towards
Yeah.
doing the right thing. Because the stick approach is getting us nowhere.
Yeah, I think
They'll
that's
move them
something
for
we just
5
need to
minutes
have
and move
further
them right back.
discussion.
I just don't know.
Michael?
Well, no, there are a couple of jobs I worked on. Part of the construction management, you had to show where you had parking for your crew, right?
Yes.
So we actually contracted some parking and then shuttled back and forth between that parking. And it was understood that there was no parking on the street, or at least for the full day employee. So parking is actually the key to it, and because people will follow the rules. But a lot of times, there's no provision for that guy. So he just has to leave his car there.
Right.
And there's no place to put it. And it's really problematical. And it's not because they don't want to comply, there's just no alternative.
Yeah, so we need to have
Let's kind of leave this with, you'll talk further with Cindy Hooven and how
Yes.
we approve our land use approvals that have the
And the
construction management plan, and then how that may be integrated in here as well. I think that's a good point to have brought up, and we'll kind of go from there. Steve, if you have something to add,
Something back to the job site waste reduction. And I was just picturing on a construction site where everything gets thrown into one dumpster, including scraps of wood that some people could use to heat their houses with, or thrown in with scraps of sheetrock and
yeah,
packaging material and the thrown away lunch things, and everything gets thrown into one place. I presume when that gets to the landfill, it is
There's not much we can do about it.
ground up because it's all mixed
And
together.
it's
It's not
smashed.
like single stream
Yeah.
recycling.
No, so that's
it-
why we're working closely with
Yeah.
ComDev
Yeah.
to try and incentivize a separation on site before it gets to
So there were
us.
2 different dumpsters, one for all the scrap wood that doesn't have any nails or anything in it, all goes into one.
Good luck with that.
Well,
So
we
it'd
actually,
be, recycling basically at the job site would be the only way to deal with it, I think.
Correct.
Well,
and
most
we're-
job sites have that. Large job sites have that now. They have 3
yeah,
dumpsters.
we require it.
And they have one that just says wood only, whether or not that stays wood only from start to finish is an enforcement issue, and how do we go out and monitor that? That's another tough one. That's
So
a
we
great
are,
discussion.
we just finished the waste diversion plan, phase 1 of it, and we just looked at the trash. So talking with the consultants after we finish that phase 1, we're gonna do a separate construction demo. You can't hand sort construction demolition debris, but you can do a visual sort. And then we're gonna add that on to the waste diversion plan, just to see what's coming in and what can be done with it.
Great idea.
And we're also pursuing some grant money.
Great idea.
okay.
Yeah. And definitely we'll, now that we have another inspector, my new inspector started Monday, so
Yay.
thank you, board, for that. We're gonna do some more of that, hopefully monitoring of the multiple dumpsters required by the construction management, and being able to spend a little bit more quality time doing our inspections, so we appreciate that for sure.
Very good. Okay, we've got about 24 minutes.
Okay. Water conservation conversation, as I said that time. The nice thing is the state of Colorado just adopted their own standards here that we can just follow if we want to go that route. And they are not going to allow anything but low flow shower heads, toilets, and faucets to be sold after September 1st. I had a person call me today and ask me, what does that mean about the ones we bought for this project a year ago and haven't installed yet? And I said, the way the ordinance is written by the state is you can't buy them after September 1st. So we probably will have kind of some overlap where they'll still be installing the lesser efficiency ones, but we were already giving points for high efficiency ones, or low GPM ones in our efficient building code, and that's why I figured we would just kind of include those standards from the efficient building code in this. What I'll do is make sure they mirror where the state went and follow that.
I don't want to waste too much time drilling down on that, but I really would love to know at a later date how it works in terms of people buying mail order or from Amazon and changing out their fixtures. You know, you constantly see the ads for the Kohler showers that have 20 jets,
Body
you know,
sprays.
Yeah,
car wash showers or whatever you want
The
to call them.
undercarriage cleaner.
Yeah, and, you know, how do we work with that? You know, I realize that, but I've also seen now where they're starting to develop shower systems that literally reuse your shower water, while, you know, from places like Arizona and stuff. And then it goes away, you know, it's not reused again and again, but we should be open to those types of new systems or give people information about those type of systems.
Reuse your shower water, how?
It just, for your shower, during
Oh,
your
your own shower, I'm thinking,
Yeah,
I don't want to
you're-
use that water
Yeah,
shower.
no,
my
while
husband
you're
just took a
showering,
shower.
you know, you could use the same 20 gallons over
Ah,
and over rather
interesting.
than, you know, 60
Interesting.
gallons of fresh. But I don't know enough about them, I just know they're just coming on, they're just coming online, so.
Yeah, with 7 kids in our family, we used to just plug the drain and collect the water, and the next
I know.
clean up afterwards.
Okay.
So the state is now limiting 1 head per shower, is that a state?
The 1 head per shower was from our efficient
Okay.
building program. They're just limiting the GPM flow rates, the gallon per minute flow rates of the head itself. I think it's down to 2.0 is the maximum you can get. Sadly, they come with just a little rubber orifice inside them
pop it
that
out.
limits, and if you pop that out.
Or you have 10 shower heads to make up for the low?
Yes, exactly. So that's going to be a tough one to fight even with what's out there.
Yeah.
And that's also, most of the residences in the greater county are on a well system anyhow, so there's really no monitoring that you can do.
True.
But I think that we'll do what we can, and perhaps it's more of an educational piece to the homeowners that, you know, you have the water shortages in Colorado and challenges there.
And I think mirroring the state would probably be the logical
Right.
approach in this.
Yeah, okay.
That's the end of things related to the efficient building program and the efficient building program and the 2015 IEC. The next section I wanted to talk about and bring forward was a discussion we'd had a while back at a public meeting or a work session where the greenhouses came up. And specifically greenhouses, and the next slide is marijuana grow facilities, which I feel are 2 separate issues to discuss, just because in the energy code, greenhouses are exempt from energy code compliance if they fall into that low BTU usage category, that less than 3.4 BTUs per hour per square foot or 1 watt per square foot of energy use. And they're also exempt from, say, sprinklers in the IBC if they're U occupancy. That's why we worked in the code adoption to define grow operations as an F1 factory to address both energy and the sprinkler components of those. But if they aren't falling in that 3.4 BTU category, then they would just, they'd have to meet the rest of the IECC, which is design their systems through Manual J and Manual S, which are the design criteria for sizing of equipment and ductwork. They'd have to do their ventilation systems based on the IRC standards, the IMC standards, the energy code standards. Their installation, they would just have to meet prescriptive values, meaning that if their walls met the R21, even if it was just this much wall and the rest was glass, they're done, as long as all the glass met the 0.30 or 0.32 or wherever we fall out on the U value. So that's why in the green I kind of tossed out alternative methods for how to handle greenhouses. And these are based on some research I did last year or 2 years ago, whenever it was we first had this discussion. And I went to a University of Minnesota study on farms and growing facilities, not marijuana growing facilities, but just
Tomatoes.
tomato growing facilities, yes, vegetable growing facilities. And these are some of the principles that they were trying to put into effect in their early stage, and ways that they could make a difference within the confines of what a greenhouse does. And some of the suggestions were, instead of having forced air heat or heat that blew air around up high or moved air, they thought that heating under the tables with radiant heat was a better design, because it kept the heat more
Where it
confined
needs to
where it
be.
needed to be, instead of up high and in weird places. They looked at more passive cooling, using like a water wall, or letting natural air flow through the heat lights, the heat lamps, instead of forcing cold air through. They were having air conditioning. The problem we get into when we get into the discussion about the grow operations is that the ones that have tried the passive approach, the smell becomes an issue. So, but in a normal greenhouse, if they're growing plants or fruits or things that don't really have an odor to them, the passive approach for ventilating makes a lot of sense. It's a lot more energy efficient way of bringing cool outside air in, or ventilating exhaust out just through, again, the ERV or HRV approach, where you bypass. If it's the middle of winter and you have warm air inside that you're trying to push out, but cold air to bring in, you can bypass them and warm them naturally. So there's a lot more passive approaches that could be put into effect.
George?
How do you differentiate between solid greenhouses versus soft covered greenhouses?
Yeah, that's a big question. The building shell is what I've got in there, and opaque is definitely preferred for a greenhouse, because you take advantage of the sun. You take advantage of the radiation, basically, of either trapping it inside. If you have screens where it passes through, there's films that you can put on the glass and allow the heat and the solar gain to come through that glass, but then get trapped inside on this side of the glass and stay inside of the room, and then dissipate at night as needed through that glass as well. So if you're looking at designing a greenhouse, a true opaque greenhouse, plastic walls or wood or glass walls is a much better way to go, much more energy efficient way to go as far as naturally warming and cooling. And there's ways that you can improve that even more by putting in the curtains and some of the other ways to make that even more effective and more efficient of trapping that heat. When you get into the solid wall, that's not a greenhouse anymore. That's a warehouse, basically, that you're using to grow things in. And they were never designed for that purpose. They're not energy efficient. They don't use the same principles of trapping that radiation from the sun in, or letting it through and actually get to where it needs to be and get that natural light effect. So now you're not just heating and cooling, you're lighting, and you're doing all these other things to make the plants grow. So now you have to have grow lamps. Even if you're growing tomatoes or petunias, you still have to have the grow lamps, and they are huge energy hogs and need to be cooled down because they give off way too much latent heat. So now we have to exhaust all this latent heat situation. So that's why when we talk greenhouses, there's way far ends of the spectrum on how they are naturally efficient or naturally inefficient, and how we have to address them. They could totally take a metal building, come in and say, I'm going to meet prescriptive IECC components, put in 21 in what portions of the walls are actually solid wall, or the whole thing could be 21. They could put in a R49 lid and build it like a building. But if they're trapping the latent heat from all those grow lights, they're going to have to bring in a 2-ton air conditioner to compensate for how much latent heat is getting trapped in that metal building.
I mean, we'll see this on your next slide, but if you look at the energy consumed at High Country Farms, they're consuming the energy which is equal to all of the savings that the REM program is contributed to. So all the savings that we see from REM is offset by this one greenhouse facility grow site. That's how much energy. That's how much energy they're using.
How do you know that? We've done a survey or monitor or
Yeah,
report from?
Core is
Yeah,
done.
Mona met with the owners
With
a
Jordan?
month ago and talked about the energy consumption and just related it to REMP's savings, and it was strikingly close.
Wow.
And so that's, as you're talking about, a solid building in terms of how inefficient they are. And
The problems it creates. But I have a question though to the fundamentals. Are we applying this to a 100 square foot greenhouse or a 500 square foot? Or, I mean, if I wanted to, wanted to put a little greenhouse in my backyard, do I have, 100 square feet or? I mean, we need to be realistic about this and not really apply a lot of these standards to somebody who just wants to literally grow 5 tomato plants.
I think you're kind of also talking about a totally passive greenhouse
Mhm.
that has no electricity at all, other than, I don't know, maybe you put a light in for night or something if
Right.
you want. But,
You could
so
put
so
heat
we need
lamps
to
in
make
for the
sure we're
winter.
And,
clearly
Yeah.
defining categories of types of greenhouses.
and that one would most likely fall into the low energy building and be
Right.
exempt. And we wouldn't even have
I just want to make
address
sure
it.
that we don't really throw up hurdles for people who want to have sustainable food products in their backyard.
Right. Now, if they wanted to be efficient in that, they could even do like a solar battery up underneath the soils, and they could
Right.
put tubing down there that as the heat of the sun warms the soils below, it collects that heat and then reuses it. And,
Right, in the same-
and use that to warm the water that they water the plants with, or run the
Yeah, that's a
energy.
good idea.
There's so many concepts that could be applied to also be more efficient than just.
And I think a lot of
getting away
people
with
who were looking at sustainable foods would be open to looking at those creative ways of having really a efficient greenhouse.
I think so. I think that's the mindset that we would get in those situations, is that they would want to do it. That's why I thought these few alternative better than just complying with our energy
Right,
code
right.
things, or maybe a better alternative to look at for helping someone who has a greenhouse make that the most efficient greenhouse they
I
can
think
build.
that's a great idea.
That's my thought on
Yeah.
greenhouses.
My question had to do with the climate battery greenhouses that Michael Thompson and Jerome Ostentowski are designing. I presume those would be low energy buildings below the 3.4 BTUs. But have you studied them or looked at the figures for what, do they need any additional energy to put into those, or?
We actually have one of those out on Clay Flats at Stein Ranch, and it went in with the climate battery, and I don't think they're using any other energy besides.
Yeah, and the Aspen Tree Dome, they have the climate battery in there, and then down at TCI Lane in Garfield County, it's a big greenhouse, but it uses those also.
There's a lot of latent heat just from the plants giving off energy themselves that they've absorbed through the day, if it's a glass greenhouse. Now, once you get into the metal buildings, you're not going to gain that solar
Right,
gain
you get
once
that.
again, unless you put panels on the roof or tubing on the roof. And that's another direction we could go, is that there is a renewable component to greenhouses, that they're required to compensate for some of their use by having renewables in place. And that definitely ways that we can go with the REMP program or with the addendum to incorporate some of that, so that there is a little bit better offset. When we get it, let's go to.
Yeah, real quick though, before
real
you
quick.
jump along. I think Patty's idea is excellent, and I think that it might be good to put together a little bit of a manual or several pages of what is a low wattage greenhouse and what type of things you can install in order to keep it a low wattage, so that people can say, hi, maybe I'd be better off just doing these 300 square foot this way than doing 600 square foot that way.
Right.
It's just not to discourage anyone, but I think letting people know these options and, is going to be really helpful in some way, that they can, that we're a resource for information as much as we're a regulatory body.
Definitely.
Okay.
Michael,
Michael?
So you could have, I think it's earth battery greenhouse, so you could make that a standard. You could say, if you're gonna put in a greenhouse, you have to use this method, period. I mean, right, that we do that for a house.
earth mattering, did you say?
Well,
Same as mine.
The climate, yeah.
The climate battery, the solar battery, the earth battery. You just have to build, that's the standard that you build to. They do use some energy because they circulate the heat
Right.
mechanically,
Right.
but they circulate the air mechanically, but.
Yeah, there
why
are
not
forced
do
air
that?
ones that blow air through the dirt too.
Right, they take the air off it's just the stratification, they take the hot air off, put it into the earth, and it takes the
Warms it,
moisture
brings it-
out of the air, and puts it in the earth and the problem with greenhouses is it's hot up here, it's cold down here, and this takes the hot, puts it down.
Balances it out.
Yeah, so I mean, it seems to me this is the design standard that you go to.
We could do that. We could have mandates for sure, and that's being a requirement. We could look at the cost if
Yeah, we
if
need
we
to-
did
and the size
mandates
issue.
and see if we could still allow the ones that prove that they're under a certain energy
Right.
use to be exempt. But if they-
Or you use this.
or you could, yeah, your next step is to do that, or
Right.
Yeah.
the solar off.
We'll need to drill down on this one a little bit more so that,
There's so much
I
coming
think
out.
we're a little more familiar with residential and certainly appreciate Michael's expertise in all these areas as well as Steve's for agriculture, but we might have to drill down a little bit more on this before we're moving a code forward. And as it relates to the next one, in the marijuana grows as well, I guess it'd be great to see our code have requirements for offset similar to rent on a house. A lot of these places have the potential for solar panels, and I want to make sure we're very clear about the difference between a marijuana, quote, greenhouse grow and a marijuana warehouse grow and its energy consumption. And perhaps, I don't know if one is preferable to the other. It might depend on the individual location, but they're two different energy type of consumptions.
Definitely. And, when we talk about the salt grow, one thing that happened with Jordan is a very cooperative process. And I have other people that are doing grows that aren't cooperating with the building department. So it's hard to always be hammering on the one cooperative operation, knowing that there's others out there that are doing above and beyond. So I kind of weigh how much I beat up this one person who's really cooperating with what I've asked him to do. He did a lot of these things: the under-table heating, the passive ventilation, and had to do the filtration at a better level later. But he used a lot of these principles, and as I was studying these principles, we had a lot of discussions about the curtains that he was putting up to retain the heat, because he does have some opaque panels, and he put a lot of these principles into effect. The problem was he couldn't continue to do the passive ventilation with the water wall on the backside because of the odor, and had to go into now this $1 million
Carbon filter.
filtration process that's using fans and
Big
motors
fans.
and big, and he had to put in a big air conditioner because now that the heat was trapped in there, because that filter was moving the air so slowly that the latent heat would build up so high that he had to put in a huge air conditioner and become even more energy inefficient. So the tough thing is some of these principles may not be applicable to these operations due to some of the other implications, like the smell or
Right, the security.
So I think we may have to do some cooperative work too with the industry to kind of understand where it can go and where it can't go, and then maybe go to the payoff, the trade-off offsets kind of thing, because sadly some of these great principles he tried to put into play didn't work in his situation because
So, I mean, obviously, he was living up to the code we had at the time. It's not as if they violated the code. We just, that was the energy efficiency code we had 2 years ago or 3 years ago as it was built.
Yeah,
Steve?
a couple of thoughts. I remember asking Jordan at one of our hearings if he had considered doing the climate battery, which I thought would have been a good application for that, and they had considered it and decided not to do it. But looking back now, I think it probably would have made it a better project if they had done that. But there is greenhouses in Eagle County on Missouri Heights that Eagle County approved. I have no idea how big. I think it's a pretty big operation, and that might be interesting to do kind of a case study, look at their energy usage and what techniques they use compared to what our marijuana, our greenhouse codes are, what Jordan's doing. And I think that would be like working with the industry to try to come up with some better standards.
I think so. We really tried to work with them on understanding that there were some weird processes that were very specific to that industry. and how to still get those to comply with code and the safety requirements and some of the things we needed. So it was very much a cooperative effort through that whole process, and it was a great learning experience for sure.
Did Eagle County do greenhouses or warehouses, do we
I
know?
think it was greenhouses on
Yeah,
the
that'd be
property on Missouri Heights,
That'd
as
be
I
interesting.
recall. I've never
And
seen it, I don't
I
know.
believe they're significant in size, from what I've heard.
Yeah, maybe it was just inside a
Yeah.
horse barn or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So we're almost out of time, so to wrap it up, what we could do is just use this slide as a quick preview of what next meeting will be on the REMP.
Wow. Great idea.
Because that's kind of where we're headed. And so the REMP update will be included in the addendum. Preliminary discussions that I've been having with the consultants are things that kind of come to light as I go through reading through the program and reading through his kind of his summary of where we are today and where we're going. And I'll have that presentation for us next week. But it's how to handle the grandfathered systems, existing credits. You know, if our system is based on a 20-year life of a REMP system or a renewable offset system, do we then prorate if someone comes in for credit on existing snowmelts? Right now, it's a complete exchange. They say, I have 11,000 square foot of snowmelt from the 90s, I want to replace it, and we let them put in 11,000 square feet. Now, if they were putting in a new system, there's a 6,000 square foot cap, but in the grandfathered clause, there's some allowance that they can put right back whatever they had, even if the system was N-Tran and died 20 years ago and wasn't even working in the last 20 years, they get that full credit back. So that's kind of a loophole I'd like to discuss on a bigger basis as we get into the REMP discussion and see where we want to go with that. The next bullet is the possibility of a total BTU budget for the site, including the internal energy use and external energy use, and come up with a way to kind of address the entire site usage. And then the next question is REMP still calculating in the best manner based on current technology? And I've already gotten some feedback that we're giving higher incentives for solar hot water when basically solar hot water isn't really the most efficient and the most best bang for buck as far as a renewable resource. So photovoltaic is a little bit less incentivized, but it's actually cheaper now. The prices have gone down on the PV systems, and they're more efficient. So we might want to relook at the trade-offs and the way that we calculate in the background some of those numbers that we're using for the trade-offs. And I'll give you the details on that next week. And I'll send you that presentation prior. But, and then the other thing to look at with that is orientation and on the site, whether or not, right now we say if you're not 93% efficient with your solar PV or solar, you can't use it as an offset. What we've been looking at as an alternative is increasing the size of the array to compensate for that loss in productivity, so that you still produce the same amount of energy, you still offset the same amount. And so those are some bigger discussions we've been kind of doing as alternative processes that maybe we want to codify and make sure that everyone gets to look at the same alternatives when it comes to doing those calculations.
We're at noon, so we might have to see the rest of the preview when we actually talk about them.
And this is it, just these bullets here.
Okay.
Orientation, and then electric snowmelt provisions is one of them. So we're done with that slide.
Well, I want to thank you for continuing to present this in a very organized manner so that we can get through some very weighty topics, and also, again, to
Great
thank
stuff.
Michael and Steve for the expertise they bring in construction and some of these other energy use items, and we will reconvene at 1 o'clock.
Yes.
Great,
and
thank you.
We've got a work session scheduled for the 19th.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. I will not
Thanks,
be
Charlie,
here. I
for
think
coming.
George will be chairing.
Okay, thank you very much.
That's appropriate for George to be chairing.
Will that be in our new location?
No, the following week
26th.
is when we're
I think
supposed
that's
to.
the last meeting here.
throw you some hard balls.
Give them some
Boy.
curveballs.
Yeah. Well,
I've got counsel here in case I want to.
that's always helpful. Steve, thank you so much for applying. The county clearly depends on its volunteers and citizen volunteer boards for an awful lot of work, and we appreciate your willingness to serve. And so I'll kind of start it off with a question to warm you up. Why do you want to serve on this committee?
Well, I've been paying into the fund for a few years now, happily, and voting for its renewal. No, I like the purpose of this fund. Through the years, I've been in touch with a lot of the nonprofits in the valley. I'm probably less in touch now than I have been in the past, so I'm looking forward to getting reconnected. I spent a short stint at the Aspen Community Foundation right when they were creating Cradle to Career. And during that time, went to some trainings on the difference between old school philanthropy and high impact philanthropy. So I'm anxious to review the grant requests with that in mind.
Very good, appreciate that. Other board member questions? Patty?
I think it's great that you've applied, and I have to ask Mitzi, is he our youth volunteer?
Yes, he looks, he's perfectly.
I like you.
No, he is replacing one of 2 slots for 2 of our members who left
Right,
early.
And you, it's a great board, and you're well aware that the time constraint, the time that you need to put into it is pretty consolidated. So you should be gearing up. When are they, the late summer, early fall?
You're up, our grants come in August 1.
Yeah.
And then we get them all ready in their folders, in their binders, and then orientation, August 11th this year, and then reading period. And then we get together September 14th, 15th for a recommendation review.
And that time frame is good for you? Right. Because that's when we really need you there.
Yeah, that's the hard one.
And it's a good, commission board to be on because you get to do really great things. So I'm, again, excited that you've taken the time to apply. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve, thanks for applying. I think you would probably be eminently qualified for serving on that board based on your past experience, but then it called the question into my mind if there was any potential conflicts of interest that between the groups that are applying and what you are doing or have done in the past for other groups.
Well, that's a great question. I'm not currently on the board of anyone receiving grants. There is not one human services organization that I have on a pedestal. Well, with the exception of the one that my wife started and runs, but she's not a grant recipient. Other than that, it's all pretty equal. And I also don't believe that there's any, human services providers that I have issues with.
Okay, thank you.
George?
Thanks for applying, Steve.
You're welcome.
Okay. Well, a question I ask people sometimes, how are you with handling pressure? Because an awful lot of this job, sadly, is telling people that they're not going to get as much as their worthy organization deserves or could use well. And you're kind of cutting hairs often in between things. So.
Yeah, I'm not terribly fond of saying no. I'm not terribly fond of being the bad cop. But probably my experience as a soccer referee
We'll help out there.
has steeled me to the need to occasionally draw a line in the sand.
Okay.
So anybody who deals with soccer moms can deal with this.
Yeah. You got it. Yeah.
Do you have any questions for us?
I don't believe so. No, I've been well briefed by the team here.
Great. Well, I think you'll bring a real depth of knowledge to this, and I really appreciate you applying. Mitzi, do we have other applicants we need to interview at this time? And
We will have one additional applicant. Unfortunately, she's in Europe at the time. We wanted to have her in July. Her name is Martha Campbell, and I believe Charlotte scheduled her for August 2nd. So as soon as she gets back, we'll be back. She'll apply for the additional spot. And yeah, we don't know Martha, but she comes highly recommended from a colleague at Rocky Mountain Institute. So that'll be interesting.
Okay, and it looks like we have 2 vacancies at this time, but let me ask, we do not have a youth applicant.
Oh, no, because we have 2 youth. Remember,
Carried them over.
Oh,
we
okay.
have 2 juniors that are now going to be seniors,
I
Anna
see.
Patterson and Zach. What's Zach's
Zach
last
George.
name?
I was just confused by how
And
this
they're
is
staying
written
on.
up.
Yeah, so
It
we're
says
lucky
regular
there.
or youth, Susan DeCampo, and she's really a regular. She's
Sue
not-
DeCampo's a
she's
regular
Okay. It's
as
just
well.
how it's written
So
up.
who left was Robin Van Domelen and Ellen F. Hunt.
Okay,
So we have Candace Cross, Sue DeCampo, still Ann Mullins, who is,
city liaison.
sitting in with us from the city,
Nice.
but is loving the work on the
Yeah,
committee.
she looks at it.
And now we'll have, with your recommendation, these 2 new applicants.
Okay,
So,
well, it
yeah.
works out well to have 2 vacancies and 2 applicants, so.
It sure did.
Rachel, I noticed the one vacancy, the expiration of the term is next April. The other
Yes.
one is April of 2020.
Right.
So would you have a preference, Steve, if you applied for the one renewing in April, you would have to
Come back
then
to see us
reapply
again.
immediately?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
you could
either
sign on through 2020 for the full 4-year term then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Frankly, Steve, I think that's a consideration for the board.
Would that be for us to consider, or?
Yeah, it'd be for us to consider.
It's for you to consider.
And also, again, if it was a 1-year term because it was a resignation, you certainly could reapply.
Yes.
And
yeah,
we tend to do those through a written material as opposed to having to do an interview.
Oh, you do, for the,
Yeah.
oh, that's right, so letter, you don't
Renewals.
have to come in front of.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
Not all the time,
Yeah.
okay.
We kind of do for P and Z or Open Space and Trails, some of those boards where we
Right.
really want to hear back a little more information, but,
Right, right.
I would serve in either slot if,
Okay.
so
Thank you.
Thank you.
accepted.
And it will probably take a little bit of time for us to have made a decision again after the second interview. We'll get back to you as soon as we can. And you'll, Mitzi, let Steve and others know the dates so they can block them out that are
Oh, definitely.
anticipated.
Perfect.
Definitely,
Okay.
certainly.
Great.
All right.
Great,
Thank
thanks,
you.
thanks
Thanks
for coming
again.
in. Thank you.
Thank
you.
Thank you very much.
All right, our next one, we are a little bit ahead of schedule here, is going to be,
But he's here.
oh, he is hiding behind the pillar. Sorry about
He
that.
knows the
Didn't
key
see you there,
place
Brock.
to sit in the room.
It's the what place?
That's the key place to sit in the room. Hi,
Yeah. Well, thank you also for applying, and you
Sure.
have a very impressive resume. I don't know that we've ever met. I'm Rachel Richards, Chair of the Board this year.
I was told that I should talk to you.
Oh, okay. Oh, boy, about what? And then if others would like to introduce
Patty Clapper.
themselves.
Patty, nice to meet
Nice
you.
to meet you.
Steve Child?
Steve?
Buck and I have already met.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
George Newman.
George, nice to meet you.
And you know
We're,
Phyllis?
And hi, I'm Phyllis Mattice, and I'm actually the liaison to the translator board.
Oh, great. Phyllis, nice
Yeah.
to meet you.
Thanks for applying.
Oh, I couldn't not when I saw the ad in the paper.
Okay. And what skills do you believe you would bring to the translator board?
Well, my background's in project management and successfully delivering change. So, it's pretty much a Swiss Army knife for anything that you want to do as far as, creating something new or bringing something back. But the reason that this is especially important to me is I do a lot of work online, and I've been needing more and more to do live video conferencing, which is bandwidth intensive. So as far as I can tell, Comcast pretty much has all the infrastructure. And my discussions with them about getting bandwidth requirements changed ran into a lot of roadblocks, and they're the only game in town, and I thought that this is kind of a problem. And so I wanted to have input into future plans with how that went, because it's a large demand and it's just going to grow. So
Yeah.
that's why I've done a number of projects. I guess you read my resume. So I've done some strategic projects, mostly in the private sector for large corporations. But and I've never been involved in government, local government before.
Well, thank you. It's a good, thorough answer. And let me ask you, Phyllis, because we do have the broadband initiative, and then, of course, we have the translator board. Is the translator board adding input and effort into the translator, the broadband project as a whole?
Yes, they are. So the broadband project from that 2011 vote is included as part of the it's still called Translator, but it's part of that initiative.
part
So
of
it
the mission
includes
statement?
TV, FM, and broadband. So the
Okay.
purpose statement was expanded in 2011 to include broadband. And actually, our meeting tomorrow night, we're going to review most of the information that we provided to the board last week, I believe it was, to the Translator Advisory Board so that they understand where we are in the broadband project and all of our communication projects.
Yeah, I'll be down for that.
Okay.
Great.
And what time and where is the meeting tomorrow?
The meeting is at 6 o'clock at the Elgibel Firehouse
Okay.
on Elgibel Road.
Okay, because just so the board knows, I understand that as it currently sits, without new appointees, we really wouldn't have a quorum for that meeting. And we have 2 applicants who we can add to our resolution for tomorrow's regular meeting to fill the 2 vacancies and be able to have a quorum at that meeting. So you're going to hear faster than anyone else about our decision, which we'll talk about later this afternoon.
Rapid, fast.
Okay.
Okay.
Faster than broadband.
Faster than
We
broadband.
have 2 regular vacancies and 2 alternate vacancies,
Yeah,
so
so-
we're going to be continuing to recruit.
Patty?
How long have you lived in the valley?
Well, I've been back and forth for 8 years, or 9, depending on how you want to count. And I'm half-time here and half-time in Patagonia.
Oh, wow. And I noticed that.
Patagonia.
Patagonia.
Yeah, on
South
the Chilean.
America?
Yeah, on the Chilean side.
Godfrey Daniels.
And I noticed that you went to school in Carbondale,
I did.
Illinois.
I did.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's interesting that they're, because I said, he went to college in Carbondale. And then I realized it was Carbondale, Illinois, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
Yeah. I want to thank you for taking the time, and I'm glad you responded to the ad. As Rachel has said before, we really depend on our volunteer boards. They add a lot of input and comment and work for us, and we really do appreciate that time. So I thank you.
Sure.
Michael?
So, Buck, you live in the city, right?
Yes.
So, and you're dissatisfied with the service in the city?
Well, I'm concerned. I'm dissatisfied with the options available. I don't think having a monopoly where, if it's a government monopoly, that's one thing, but if it's a profit-driven monopoly, then you have an almost irresistible incentive for gouging. There's no incentive to really invest in improving until you absolutely have to. So what you'll tend to deliver is the worst that the market will allow. And that doesn't work very well for me, and I don't think it serves our needs very well. So what I'm interested in is dealing with that problem. And then the thing that I am not really familiar with is what is the strategic plan for information services in the region. And that's the thing that I was told to talk to you about, because I was told you knew a lot about the long-term strategy. And
Kara does, as much as you will meet tomorrow night.
well, I was really impressed because the guy
Let me
who...
finish with the same questions.
Oh, sure.
So, I just wanted to tell you that our goal really isn't to improve service in the city.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually more to provide broadband access in the rural areas.
Oh, did I say city?
Well,
Yeah.
you live in the city, you're dissatisfied with Comcast and the sort of monopoly that Comcast has. The intention of this is not really to deal with Comcast, at least initially, at all, really. I mean, because at least there's service here, right? There's service. In the rural areas of the county, in some areas, there's no service whatsoever.
Hence
Or
the translators.
Or very limited
Yeah.
service. So, and the plan is not really to get the kind of broadband width that you're talking about.
Mhm.
That's not, at least on this initial step. So I just wanted to sort of lay the...
Well, that's the context that I don't have. So
Right. So that's...
I appreciate
that's-
that.
That's, so just so you know, And it's more to set up, you know, access for.
Broader coverage than enhancing
Right,
the,
and because Comcast is unwilling to supply areas that don't have the density that the city has.
Mhm.
That's problematic. Just so you know, because there's, the emphasis is different.
Patty?
Yeah, I just gonna say, an unintended consequence, I think, of our efforts in the rural areas will be that we will see some increase in service within this municipalities. I mean, our goal is to respond to the needs in the rural area, but I think the reliability and the redundancy will be improved in the municipalities.
well,
It's
the
great.
pipeline is only so big. And so, no, you know, if you have more taps on it, you got to make the supply big, otherwise everybody just gets a little trickle.
Right, right.
Yeah, I think they're kind of one thing rolls over into the next, and I was just in Cortez for a broadband update by other communities as well as updating my own, and they call it the halo effect of when you've improved quality and service in one area, others tend to get better speeds, reliabilities as well because you've done that. But we are asking, as time goes by, other communities to do the opt-out vote of Senate Bill 152 so that they have more flexibility to join us as partners. And, you know, we are, I believe Tara is working on a presentation to the Chamber of Commerce to be able to talk about their needs and involvement potentially as well, because, you know, it might be one thing to have adequate service in town, but if you go home and you need to send out work schedules to your employees and you can't do that from your home, you have to drive in for every inventory check, it's not really a good situation. So, you know, it's in its infancy. I wouldn't say that we're trying to preclude improvements to overall service. The redundancy is an important model, and we're going to be, if it all unfolds as we anticipate, having buying some already lit fiber to increase the capacities. So I think there'll be crossover interests there.
I'm a big supporter of that opting out, and I was also thrilled. I'm sure you know about the recent court case ruling internet access a utility.
Okay,
And
no,
so,
I'm not as aware of that.
Yeah, I was.
Net equality.
Things, you know, technology advances and we become dependent on them, and internet access has now been legally ruled as in that category. It's how we check on our kids. It's how we pay our bills. It's how we get our news and in support of being an informed electorate. And the judge said, look, this is a utility that for a certain minimum standard today, you need access, and that affects people who don't have it particularly hard.
Right.
Yeah, and the feds have upped the standard of which they consider high-speed internet, so.
Yeah, that was a couple of years ago. I was really happy they were not buying the lobbyists' line.
So perhaps we'll see more of that in the city as well.
Yeah.
So, do you have any questions for us?
I have one more.
Patty, you have another?
Yeah, the meetings are quarterly, is that correct? And they're usually set up ahead of time, so you would know, because with your travel schedule, it's important that, because we don't know if we'll have more meetings as we start to really gear up with our new projects that are coming up. But right now, it's every quarter, and it's
The second Wednesday of the first month of each quarter.
Michael?
How about that?
Oh, wait.
Okay, let me write that down. The second
Second Wednesday
Wednesday.
of the first month of each quarter. So
Okay, first month of
January,
each quarter.
April, July. What's the next one? October?
Okay.
Go on, that's
Okay.
September. Yeah.
Michael?
So, Buck, when you're in Patagonia, what's your internet access?
Actually, it's pretty good. I paid to have a line run to the house.
So it was available.
Yeah.
And is that a national policy, or is that just?
No, it's a private company that I was dealing with. It's a cable company, and they were running
in Chile.
They were running fiber.
They were running fiber.
Yeah, glass fiber.
And they were supplying the town or wherever you live. Is that?
The neighborhood I was in, the barrio.
Uh-huh. So, and that's not a national policy, or how does that, because we're getting no support on a national basis for what we're doing. We have to do it ourselves, and nobody else is doing it. Comcast won't do it. So,
yeah,
how does that work in Chile?
I'm not sure whether there's national support or not. There's national support. I mean, it's a super poor country, and I mean, one of the things that I was just talking to my mother about this. She's up in Alaska. She's in a rural area, kind of similar.
So are you trying to get as far away as you can?
No comment. She was injured. She was working in the basement and injured, and went down, knocked out. And for her to get to Anchorage, well, it's a very expensive place to stay, and getting there would be hard for her. That would be costly. She'd have to stay in a hotel. She'd have to be seen and go through those expensive tests and probably stay a couple of days, and then get back home. And she just said it was too much. It was too expensive. And I said, well, in Chile, which is, depending on how you measure it, it's the poorest country in South America per capita. I said, you know, if anyone in Chile tolerated that, like an official, they wouldn't just be out of office, it would be the end of their political career. Because that's regarded as, in Chile, if you're out in the middle of anywhere, like the poorest campesino, a peasant out on the just subsistence farming, if they have an injury, all they have to do is say, I'm injured, at the nearest bus stop on any highway, and the bus driver picks them up. If they can get to a hospital, they'll get a note, and the bus company gets reimbursed for the trip. They get a minimum of care at whatever hospital can deal with them. They'll be flown to Santiago if need be. And no one, certainly no official, and as far as I know, I don't think I've met anybody in Chile who would even question that as a basic respect for human life. And my mom thought, you know, that this was just crazy talk, but...
It's time to move to Chile. So now how does that relate to your broadband access in Chile?
Well, I am a big believer in minimum standards for everyone. And I think we've crossed that bridge on internet access. I mean, there may be people for whom it's just not practical for whatever reason. Like there may be campesinos who just can't get to the closest road. Okay, but you do what you can. And the principle is that everybody should have some minimum access. So
We're trying.
that's my view.
Yeah, I think that's our goal too.
Steve?
So our translator system deals with television service, the FM radio service. A lot of the channels, stations you get locally go through the translator system, as well as the new broadband initiative. So based on, you know, what it looks like on your resume, you might not have dealt with television, but the internet can bring television and bring radio, all encompassing. And I think, I mean, it appears to me that just your broad experience would give you a, you know, you can see the big picture of things, and therefore help the committee, help the county staff work on getting a better system here. Is that, would you concur with that?
Well, you make me sound so awesome. You know, modesty prevents me from agreeing. But
yeah, you
anyway, I would say that a potential weakness, I'll come back with a counterpoint to that, is that, and I'm just going to be real honest about my bias. I recently got called by a representative from DirecTV, and they wanted to know why I was canceling my service. And I said, well, you know, I don't use it that much or whatever. And they said, are you using Netflix? And I said, yes. Click. They don't even try. If you're using a broadband-based video service, they don't even try. I was about to say they can't compete, but their new ad now, this was on at breakfast the other day. Their new ad was, they were advertising that you can now rewind on, they have a rewind function that you can go back and, like, that's pretty weak sauce compared to Netflix. You know, it's kind of like, hey, I've really improved this buggy whip. You know, so transportation will be a lot better if you use my carriage. Well,
Yeah.
okay.
It's interesting.
So anyway, that's my feeling is that probably top priority should go to ensuring the services of the future. And like, if there's a radio station that's not on the internet now, when you can do it so cheaply, I would just wonder what they were thinking. And you can go globally for nothing. Now, why would you want to invest in a radio transmitting tower for, when you have this?
Cars.
Cars.
It's your communication in the car. It's where you get your radio signal when you're driving.
That's true.
Yeah, so.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, very good thinking.
Let's see, those self-driving cars shall allow listening time.
So you'll probably be hearing from us in the next couple of hours,
Oh, okay.
Quite likely.
if you have service.
But if you can, please hold on to that time slot for tomorrow night's meeting. The
I
translate-
already confirmed with Charlotte that I would go.
Okay.
What's the town you're in Patagonia?
I'm just outside Puerto Varas, and it's near Puerto Montt. And prior to that, I was in a region called Pangalemu, which is outside a place called Coyhaique.
Jeez.
And are you doing business down there?
I work online, which is why my Spanish sucks. I could do okay at the grocery store, but
You pronounce those very well, though. I'm
Well,
impressed.
to the other end of the continents, where does your mother live in Alaska?
she lives in again outside. I guess we all live outside of somewhere.
Well, what's
Outside of Homer, Alaska.
Okay.
Where's your
Beautiful
daughter?
area.
Well, I have
Nelda
lots,
Tech.
yeah, I've been there. I have lots of relatives in Alaska, and one of my relatives had to get to the hospital in Anchorage in the middle of the night from 100 miles away, and it was very problematic for him.
What time of year was it?
Summertime,
Okay, better.
and they needed a helicopter. That's
Oh.
how they got him down there. It
Okay.
had to be fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just curious, so
Yeah.
that doesn't have anything to do with the Translator Advisory Board, but
Yeah.
you piqued my curiosity.
Do you have any other questions for us?
Just a quick one. What are you looking for, or what attributes or performance factors would you want from me to be of most value to what you're trying to accomplish, which I don't really understand the context yet, and I don't think we have time to talk about it. But.
I would say strategic thinking and analysis as we're trying to look to this implementation plan.
Okay.
Certainly key skills. And then, often the other decisions are a little bit about recommendations on spending priorities or sequencing of things. And I think we're kind of set at this point in time, but periodically the renewal of who gets on the translator system and who doesn't, and that criteria that's set within the guidelines of locally serving news organizations or things like that. Patty, you?
I was just saying, a broad range of knowledge and understanding, which you've already displayed here, of the services and the needs, I think are important. Because, the translator board does cover a broad range of issues, and so it's very interesting. I think that you will find it very interesting.
Okay. Just one thing, not on the resume, I don't think, was when you talked about funding prioritization. My master's thesis was on resource allocation in projects under conditions of uncertainty.
There we go.
Let's see.
I don't know where you found this wonderful person. We're really glad you responded and
And thank you,
applied.
Lynn.
It's my pleasure, really.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you. Okay. We are now on to our regular meeting agenda items, which is a review of the future calendars, future agendas.
I just have one item. I was contacted by the city about your joint meeting scheduled for August 2nd and asked what topics you may have because they're looking to clear their schedule a little bit. And if we didn't have anything pressing, they would consider canceling that meeting.
That was on one of our future agendas was a prep for the city, so
Yeah.
yeah, I haven't
Haven't really
even thought about
discussed
it.
it yet.
To tell you the truth.
The one thing I had told Phyllis, I know we really would like to talk to him about at least for 15 or 20 minutes, is the potential of a Senate Bill 152 opt-out vote.
To get it on the ballot.
to get it on the ballot this November, and how that could be instrumental.
That's due July 29th to the clerk to
Oh,
let
we
them
need to
know
go.
intent.
Okay,
So the second is
so they could send intent and then decide not to do it
correct.
later. Okay. I have forwarded our broadband information to Adam Frisch, hopefully to bring it up, but I didn't have that deadline in place to let him know that. Maybe
Why don't you talk to Steve Skadron and, as the chairman, and talk to the mayor and make sure they get it lined up?
I have brought it up. Steve Barwick was unsure if they really had time to discuss it and make a decision, that they just seem to be very jammed on their schedules. And I brought it up to Adam because we were in a separate meeting on a separate topic, and I had him there. But I have mentioned it to Steve Skadron. Patty?
Well, I'm going to express my concerns over canceling this meeting again, since our last one was canceled because our agenda items weren't ripe enough, and we got canceled pretty much at the last minute with the city. I'm just hearing from constituencies, both city, county residents, that they are concerned that the county and the city electeds don't seem to be talking to each other. And people are concerned about the relationship issues between our board and city council. And I think having the opportunity to have this meeting and spend half an hour, 15 minutes on an item, or spend an hour and have a light dinner or snacks or something, and just have the time to spend with them. It's scheduled for 4 o'clock. We could meet from 4 to 5. And
Just make it an hour instead of 2 hours?
yeah, just make it an hour and and discuss, first of all, the priority would be this ballot question, but then just sit down with them and say, we need to have more communication. I just think we're missing an opportunity by not having this meeting, and I have to question again whether city staff has been asked about this, because last time, city staff did not know that our meeting had been planned and or canceled.
Yeah.
And I just think we need to put the best foot forward and try and create that dialogue between the two boards.
Okay. Other feelings, Steve?
I agree totally with you, Patty. We receive a lot of emails from people concerned about things that are almost more City of Aspen issues. One is the Cozy Point Master Plan,
The entrance.
which the city's been doing a whole lot about, and we get the emails from the horseback riders and different people. Another concern I would have would be about the annexation thing over by Shadow Mountain, which is really a city issue, but I'd like to be able to talk to the city council about that and just, find out more about it. There are concerns, if we have any, or the entrance to Aspen traffic jam, which I don't think the residents who live inside Aspen realize how bad it is.
I do.
But it affects everybody who lives down valley, who comes to Aspen. It affects the tourists who come. There's always letters to the editor about it, and I know that I always get the same response that, well, that's an EOTC issue, which it is an EOTC issue, but it could be something that we could talk about, just as BOCC talking to the city council and talking about some different ideas that maybe then could be taken to the EOTC.
So I think we're kind of hearing a consensus that we'd like to respect their request for time, but would like to go ahead and request at least an hour.
Well, you haven't heard from me or George.
Okay, well, I didn't see any hands up. Michael, what's your feeling?
Well, I can agree with what Patty said, but I think, we should have pizza at the Limelight for an hour.
That's what I was thinking, but I was waiting for you
I
to
mean,
bring it up.
because I think a lot of these issues, for instance, if we brought up the entrance to Aspen and the traffic jam, absolutely nothing can be done about it. At least at that point, at that time. So I think, first, I've always said this, we have to establish a personal relationship with the council, and then we can deal with issues. But if you go in there with an issue that we're hearing about Cozy Point or the entrance to Aspen, what can you do in 2 hours? Not very much. But, so the conversation has to be started, and then we can go from there. So they're disappointed when we don't have a meeting.
Exactly.
Yeah, and we've had a little problem with attendance on our side at the last couple of joint meetings,
I don't know
too,
if their
guys.
time frame will allow for them to go, but we could always bring pizza in. 'Cause if they're apparently they have some time frame concerns. I don't know what's pressing on their agendas, but they're hoping. I guess staff was hoping to free up the time by canceling our meeting. So I think Pete's bringing it in or going out whatever city council's comfortable with.
George?
I guess I'm sort of taking a different tack. I think our time is valuable, their time is valuable. I don't really need to get together with them on a social basis. I see some of them socially anyway. I think we should have an agenda. There's some issues that are topical that both boards want to discuss. I think that's great. If it doesn't need to go for a long time, that's fine too, just to reconnect. But I think there has to be some substance to it. Otherwise, I think that you won't see people showing up, frankly.
Yeah, I kind of had the same feeling. It's a little bit like telling someone, you got to come with me for ice cream today. We just got to have ice cream today, you know, and if they're not in the mood for it, I don't know how productive that would be. But I do think it's reasonable to request that we do an hour meeting instead of 2 hours, you know, cut it in half, maintain the contact, be able to bring up a little bit of broadband, hear about Cozy Point, update or whatever, and move from there. But, you know, as I said, last time, and I know I've had to miss meetings too from other schedule conflicts, but there's been times when we haven't had a full board there, and I think the last two were a little iffy on topics and things like that. So let's give them the response and see what happens. But at a certain point, if your partner wants to cancel a meeting, it's hard to force them into a meeting.
Well, I would
for
like to
social
know if
purposes.
the partner wants to cancel the meeting.
Yeah,
The last time the partner didn't even know.
yeah.
So
Okay, so that's about as far as we can take that one, Phyllis.
Okay.
Other items on future agendas.
I have a couple.
Patty?
We have Steve Wicks on the 19th for his interview, so we can cancel that one. I know
How
this,
about-
hopefully the schedule will be, he's
Yeah,
the
it was like
first
he
thing
was
on the
double
agenda at
booked.
10 o'clock.
That has, my updated one has him up.
Okay, great. Okay, that's the only thing I had. I figured it would be updated, but I just want to make sure we freed that time up here.
And I
But
do
while
think
I'm
we're going to be
looking at the-
adding an executive.
Right.
Because otherwise, we won't have an executive until August, based on this. But when Phyllis and I talked yesterday,
Okay.
one of these days when we're starting at 1, we will actually have an executive to keep up on.
The 19th, we did identify that as an exec,
Okay,
as well as,
Down further down the line.
yeah, August 2nd.
yeah, just to
some
kind of
others.
keep on that regular rotation. George?
So on the 19th, we also have during open discussion, we have the Ride the Rockies debrief with Michael Kramer, which I had asked for. But I'd also like to see if John Armstrong is available, because he was the one that was out on the trail that day.
Okay.
And then it also,
Well, before you move off that, George, I'm glad you pointed it out. It really looks like far too little time on those topics. 15 minutes for 3 different items, that's not going to be enough for people to answer questions and
Not we have enough time for them to present the issues.
yeah. So we'll have to rework that
Good
schedule.
catch.
At least, good thing we got that interview back.
Yeah, we should
well, we
spread
got
the
plenty of
time.
time. We're not even scheduled to start till 1 o'clock.
Well, I just said we're adding an executive to that morning, so
Yeah,
there'll
but
be an
still, there's
executive
still
from 10 to
plenty of
12,
time.
and then go from there. So, okay.
The other thing I have, Phyllis, is on August 8th, we have a first reading for our, from CORE for our rent budget and true grants. But the second reading is not till September 14th. There's quite a lag there, so I don't understand why. Instead of
August,
just
go to
having
city
it 2 weeks
council.
later. It's got nothing to do with city council.
August, which date?
We can do ours regardless. August 10th, we have a first reading
For REMP.
for rent, and typically,
see.
we would then have our second reading 2 weeks later.
Well, let's take a look into that and see if it's more of a noticing requirement, or if there's just, because we both have to, both the city and the county have to approve the grant funding.
Right, I understand that, but the
I'll
city
find
only has a one reading, and
Okay.
so it's actually better for CORE to get through the county's process and not be delayed.
Okay?
I'll check.
Yeah, thanks.
So, George, it should be then on Wednesday, the 24th, the second reading?
Correct.
Right,
the way you
typically-
read it.
Typically, it's 2 weeks later.
Yeah, 2 weeks later.
Okay. Very good. Other future agenda items from anyone?
Nope.
Okay, great, thank you. And as always, just keep us informed of any times people have unexpected travel or new travel plans so that we can make sure we have a quorum. Next item, we're going to move to facilities update.
All he's gonna do is PowerPoint.
I made it so you can read it this time.
Okay.
At least I sure hope I
I'm gonna finish eating my lunch. Have a friendly audience here.
Just slide on back.
Jody sends her regrets. She is homesick today. You get me out of there?
Jody is? Is that what you said?
Jody is sick.
Did she go on vacation?
She went on vacation. She was back yesterday, knee deep in it, and I think that
Oh,
might have been a bit much.
her mind is still at the beach. Or maybe Jody is.
Okay.
I think I gotta move over there. See it easier.
Careful with my wire.
So Dave Detweiler, representing the facilities department. We have a number of updates. So first on the jail, where we did ADA upgrade, fire sprinklers added to the cells, and while we were there, we did a bunch of finish redos because they hadn't been painted and carpeted in quite a long time. So I think you're aware there's an open house tomorrow. Public is invited from 1:30 to 3:30.
We're doing a tour at 11.
Yep. So I think everybody who sees it will be impressed. It looks great.
Great.
You like pink?
Pink?
It's very
Nice
pink.
calming number.
Yes.
Bright.
You will notice when you go through, there's kind of some odd sprinkler heads that we have. They're a tamper-resistant sprinkler head, which should go without explanation. We didn't love the one that we got. It looked like it invited people to pick at it. When you go see it, it looks like one of those things you want to pick at and go, what is that? So we've got some new ones coming that are less inviting for picking at. So if you see them tomorrow and you go, boy, that looks funny, on Thursday we're swapping them out for a better model.
How are those sprinkler heads activated?
They're activated like any other fire sprinkler head. What's different about them is that only a certain amount of, you put 30 pounds of pull on it, and it'll just kind of pop off and won't activate. It still has to have the heat or the fire alarm system triggering it to flow water. It kind of is a breakable piece. So if they get in there and pull at it, it just pops off, and then you got to go fix it, which is a pain.
Are they in the cells?
They're in the cells now. Yeah, that was part of the upgrade, is they were not in the cells before. They were only in the public spaces.
And how much water is released when one goes off?
I don't know off the top of my head. A fair bit. Enough to put out the fire.
It's a one shower head.
One shower head.
One shower head.
So the inmates, Don's coordinating getting the inmates back in, which I believe will be soon. I didn't want to give you a date because he's got logistics to always work out with the other folks who are housing them now. So, but that's...
So are they all at Garfield County, or are they in different?
They're all at
spread out?
Garfield County, I believe. Yep.
And some of our detention officers have been actually working at Garfield County Jail.
So that's the jail. Library. I'm sure you've heard about the toilet issues. So we've had Roto-Rooter and another company out here snaking lines, trying to find where there's some blockage. We finally think we found it yesterday in some old piping that was an area that we didn't renovate. It was farther downstream of the old restrooms. There's kind of apparently a whole lot of bends that come together in one spot. They got it cleared yesterday, so we think we're good. We're keeping the porta potties on site for a while just to make sure.
I saw those out there today.
Yeah, they're going to stay just until we get where we're comfortable. It's not going to crop up again.
I was talking with Phyllis yesterday, and these are the older iron pipes that as they kind of corrode a little, get snags in them that can catch material. And so you're going to be
Yep.
relining them.
So we're developing the plan to ream them out. They send a kind of a funny drill that goes through, cleans out all the old gunk. Because there was a fair bit of gunk in those, rust and debris and whatnot.
Well, particularly if they dry.
Yeah.
If they dry out, then they get
Extra.
snagged.
So we're working on that right now to have a plan to see how far we can take that to not be back here again.
Okay, George, you're
So there's a couple other little things on the punch list over there. I noticed that the bathrooms, you get little notes saying this lock doesn't work, so use this other lock. And
That is being worked on,
And then the
yes.
exterior door for upstairs to get outside on the little patio has been not
Yep.
open for the last week or so.
I know those are being worked on. I don't know the answer, but I know those are being talked about. But I will follow up.
I pass a concern along to John Peacock as well as Kathy Chandler. The little reading area for the children outdoors, which has a kind of a separation with some very low bushes. When I was there at the opening and sitting out there, it was a little too scary close to the alleyway for me. And, I know the architects felt like the bushes would create a natural barrier or separation, but the little kids I saw were hiding behind them on the alley side and the roadside, and it just didn't feel that safe to me. And I feel like it either needs a curve of the kind of wrought iron fence around there, or maybe even glass panel type of fencing, but just some sort of very clear physical barrier, because it's just hard enough to watch 8 toddlers while you're reading a book. And especially when they just were a natural attraction for these kids to kind of play Ring Around the Rosies, and we're circling around the bushes. And so I really, and even in a short-term basis, I would consider getting some from a landscaping company, and those little quick install fences or something. It's too close to the alleyway, and cars go through there too quickly sometimes.
I agree with you. I was pushing for that
Okay,
railing.
thank you. All right.
So again, there's a few minor punch list items, but for the most part, we're over it. We've just got some parts that are on order, light fixtures, things like that. But I think generally we're in great shape.
And I guess while we're talking about the old sewer line issues, I want to make sure that we're very careful when we renovate this building, that we'll probably have the exact same issues with the old steel pipes.
Right
or
now,
iron
everything is
pipes.
going to be new.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. One thing I will note on the library I didn't put here, we're still developing the re-roof bid package.
Oh, good.
They came back and what they wanted to do was defer some design stuff to let the contractor make the decision. And we didn't want to do that. We didn't want to leave it. You never know who's going to bid it and how smart they really are. So we've asked them to come back and be a little bit more specific in their design so that we're all sure it's right before we move forward.
Good.
North 40, dispatch relocation. So all the new consoles are in place. If you want to stop by there and look, they really look wonderful. It's really a neat room, I think. So we're just now making final connections, and you can't connect to them until they're all there. There's a lot of data and power that needs to run through them. So that's all happening right now. And the move is scheduled for the second week in September. We pushed it back 1 week because that last week of before Labor Day, everybody felt like they'd be too busy running around to the events to really focus on that. So the dispatch folks asked us if we could push it back a week.
Makes sense.
Yeah, but that one's going great. BOCC, our temp space is underway. So all the demo is done. We're framing, so you can go down there. And we did ask, just so you know, all the interested employees, and it's a fair request, all wanted to go see it. It started the request to go. I want to go see. We kind of put limits on that. We'll probably set up 1 or 2 specific days and times when people who are available can go down and walk through. But it's a construction zone, and it's not safe for people to just be showing up and walking around in their flip-flops or whatever. So we're trying to limit that. Work is scheduled to be done in late August, And right now, if you hear any stress from employees, it's fairly legitimate right now that we don't have the actual sequence that says on Monday X, you will be moving and you'll be there on Tuesday. And then the next group, we're working on that plan right now. We should have it by next week of something that we all can review of who goes first and who goes second. But we'll have it in plenty of time for people to know what they're doing. Big project. We did submit for our building permit last week. After a 2.5-hour session of review, they allowed us to turn it in. And then the next day came back and said, hey, there's a few more things that we need before we can officially accept it. And they were legitimate concerns. I mean, it was a big package. It's hard to get through it all. So we're just responding to those concerns. I think today we'll get that response in, and then we'll just wait for comments. So far, the city folks, we had a big work session pre-submittal. They were very helpful.
Dave, let me ask, one of the papers had a story today about the increasing prices for construction in the area given the recovered economy. And I'm wondering, when do you think we will be going out to bid?
Good question. Final pricing package is going out the end of the month. And this is a little bit earlier than what we had planned for the reason you just said, for the reason that the Roaring Fork School projects are starting to come out, that the city's police department's coming out. There's a number of big projects that are coming out for subcontracting bids. Or the Garfield County Schools. So we're trying to get ahead of that curve. So we're going out a little bit sooner than we had planned for our pricing set. So it'll get issued this month, and hopefully that'll get us ahead of the curve. That article, while I don't know the specifics of what was the basis for the old budget and what was the basis for the new budget. I can tell you, we just went through our updated design development pricing exercise last month. So we're feeling very solid on our budget. Our contractor, again, just finished the library, is building in Snowmass right now, is building down Valley. So we feel really confident in the cost that we've got. But we'll know again next month. We'll have what they're willing to go to contract for.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Asbestos abatement package is out on the street right now. That's for this building. We'll have numbers in a couple of weeks. And then as soon as the move to the salt happens, we'll be in here doing abatement.
Was there any asbestos abatement needed down in the salt?
No. Now, we tested it for asbestos. We tested it for radon. So that's kind of standard procedure these days. Yeah.
On the human resources part that we already did the remodel there, the asbestos was removed from. Will the HR be pretty much left the way it is, or is it still going to need to have all windows taken out, all new things put in there, or?
This building gets stripped literally to the outside wall.
So even the stuff we did that was just temporary, will all be stripped out.
Which a little bit, there's been some concern about, I'm gonna say the level of quality of those workstations we did in HR. While they're nice, they're certainly not top of the line, but we knew that was gonna be a short-term solution, so we didn't do some of the things that we're going to do in the new facility to really button that up and make it more soundproof, that sort of thing, because it was a short term.
Okay. Other questions? Okay, please.
Veterans Park, we're going to start meeting with that group. We've got our landscape architect on board now, Paz does, and we'll start to see those meetings rolling out, and I think that'll be...
You want to keep those roses?
Yeah, I was just going to make a comment on that. We've talked a bit about preserving the roses, of course, and I don't know what is the safest approach. Is it to wait to fall and dig them up and keep them bundled?
That's our current plan. We're getting pricing right now.
So they're not going to be destroyed by equipment coming in and out?
Yeah, they're going to have to come out, so the plan is to put them in pots, put them in a greenhouse, keep them, bring them back.
Do you mean the roses along the walkway? Is that the entrance to it? Those are actually, I would find, that walkway would be better off without the roses, because it gets so crowded there. I mean, you can talk to the veterans about that.
That's
But it
ultimately
get-
where
But it gets so crowded there
Right, I
that people
understand
get
that.
into the rose
Right,
bushes.
but they
so-
were planted by people with
Right.
memories in mind, so.
Yeah, whatever, I mean, just from a practical point of view, the roses out front of the courthouse are lovely, but
I'm curious about the construction access back here and in this building. Will be coming from both three directions?
We're gonna come from 3 directions. We'll come from Rio Grande, obviously, and we're working out a kind of joint relationship with the APD project, so we can both share that. We'll be coming between, down the old alley. We're gonna have to build a temporary sally port out in front of the jail, but that'll have a gate that'll allow us to go through the back and come into here, and then both us and the APD project will be coming in off of Main Street as well.
That reminds me, I have a question. I was watching Grassroots the other night, and the city was having a presentation on the police building. And so they were showing where there's going to be a tall wall adjacent to our current wall, right by our driveway. And so you're going to have this very tall building. Actually, it's a building in the wall on one side, and you still have the jail. And I was thinking that if that's going to be a primary access and egress in and out for public safety vehicles, that driveway is going to not see the light of day.
Correct.
And in the wintertime, it's going to be pretty treacherous.
Correct. Jody and I were literally just yesterday afternoon, we're mapping out, we're probably gonna take to the city a request that we jointly snow melt all the way, from this south end all the way to Rio Grande, and have that whole drive just snow melted, so that at 2 a.m., if either department needs to get in and out, it's clear.
It's dangerous now in the winter, because I walk it a lot.
Yeah, for sure, we're gonna be doing our property line up to our building,
But we might as well.
but the property lines are really funny back there. So once you get just past the jail, it turns into city right away and City Street and Obermeyer, and there's a chunk of Obermeyer that's already snow melted. So we're gonna try to complete all of that and just have it snow melted all the way down to Rio Grande, because that seems to make sense.
The other thing I noticed as they were talking was, they said that, the city said that they're going to be using geothermal for that building. In fact, they're not going to have any gas lines going into that building. Did we ever look at the geothermal, and because it's right next door?
We investigated it quite a bit. They have, and it's my understanding that it's not a 100% done deal, but I don't know that on their side. They have 7-8 times the amount of square feet available to drill holes on compared to what we have here. So we did run the numbers. How deep would we need to go? Because we can only get 12 or 13 drill holes in the footprint of what we're doing, and that just wasn't enough to come anywhere close. I mean, not even close to running our building. And if you remember when we did the energy model presentation, when Dan Richardson from SGN came, we ran out multiple systems and which was going to be the most energy efficient. And even if we had been able to do the geothermal wells, his analysis said that that wasn't the most efficient system for us for heating and cooling. And what we're doing, which is a variable refrigerant system, ended up being more efficient. So those two things together, we didn't have enough drill holes and it was less efficient, caused us to go the other way.
Oh, thanks.
I have a quick question. We're not going to hit water, are we, like we did at the parking garage?
So we have done.
We're not going as deep.
We've done a soils report. So we only how big of an area that is, we drilled 5 holes. None of those 5 holes hit groundwater at the elevation that we'll get to. But that's a moment in time. You don't know if that moment the water table was high, was low. So we're expecting, in terms of planning for the worst, hoping for the best. We're going to be ready if we hit water. We don't anticipate that we will. When we had that 2-story garage component, then we were going to be down into it for sure.
Well, because when the city hit was an aquifer, It was great water.
Yeah, well, they're down below the
I know,
jail. We
it's-
won't be any lower than the
I was
slab
kinda
in
hoping
the jail.
we could start our own bottled water company out of there.
People have done such a thing.
Actually, the city had to pay to pipe it over to Howland Lake because it turned out to be their groundwater supply.
So when we talk about exposures on the schedule, I
To the
keep
library.
telling everybody, once we're out of the hole, our schedule exposure is really small. But it's that
Getting
coming
that
out of the
part.
hole, you just don't know till you get into it. You don't know what size boulders you're gonna hit.
Right, right.
You just gotta start digging. So everybody's aware the city is relocating utilities out of the old alley, up Galena Plaza, down Main Street, turn back in across from Hunter. That's gonna start right after Labor Day. We're participating in that in a cost share, but that's getting ready to go.
We'll be hearing about that one.
Yeah, it needed to be done. Yeah, it needed to be done. The lines in Main Street needed to be replaced anyway, especially the water line. It was an old, small cast iron that wasn't gonna, so a lot of things came together to just say it's the right time to do it. That should be done November 10th, which is really the trigger. Once those utilities in our old alley are out of service, we'll start digging. You are gonna see us, what they call potholing, digging some small holes back here, starting fairly soon so we can start to identify particular utilities and exactly where is the fiber, exactly where are the other things. The stormwater system, the city is including in their design for the APD, the stormwater system that'll take it all the way down Rio Grande. We're gonna cost share with them. There's an IGA percolating right now between us and them, kind of on how we're gonna, they're still planning to start by the end of the year, which is 2 to 3 months after us, which actually makes for a great flow of the work from ours into theirs. It actually can work really well. So an IGA is circulating to allow that kind of working together, the cost share on those utilities, that's all percolating around. So upcoming for you guys, we are going to show you some AV options for the BOCC meeting room. We've got a preliminary scope together of several ways we could do presentations, whether it's a screen, whether it's TV monitors. So we'll be showing you that and asking for your feedback. Final department layouts, we're just finishing the second floor right now, and we'll bring those to you probably pretty shortly. Veterans Park, we know we'll bring that to you. When we get to the systems furniture, that'll be something we'll show you here what our recommendation is. And material samples, we've been trying to get together really what is that outside going to be made of so you can see it, touch it. That's all I have.
Great.
Questions?
Very good.
Thank you.
Michael?
So you mentioned a variable refrigerant system for it. And, I mean, I just looked it up. I didn't know what the hell it was. And but it called for condensers and compressors. And one of the issues here is the noise that comes from the system here. So
we will be, and I can give you the numbers because I did this myself. I stood up there with the sound meter because we've had this question, so I've measured the sound up on what we have now. I'll send it to you, but I think it's a 70% quieter system than what's up there now.
right. And the only time I think that I notice that is when there's a ceremony going on in Veterans Park, and it's a solemn occasion, and all you hear is mechanical noise. So that would be the only time. I mean,
Yeah, it will be significantly less noisy. And we worked up a study because we've had that question by a number of people, so we wanted to know exactly how many dBs less it was. So we worked all that out, but it is significantly less.
thank you.
Great. Any further questions for Dave? Thanks for the update. Thanks for the good work. Appreciate it.
I think I can hear it come out of my house sometimes.
Okay, let's see. Our next item is the EOTC prep with Brian.
I thought that was canceled.
No, that was the city joint meeting.
It had been canceled once already. It scared me.
Please don't tell us the
You should have seen
EOTC
George's
is
face.
canceled.
I'm just kidding.
George is like, oh, okay.
Well, this is a time for the board to discuss the upcoming EOTC meeting, and staff has gotten together and put together a preliminary agenda. So I'll just go through those items, and if they cover what the board would like to talk about at EOTC, that's great. If there's additions, please let me know. The first 4 items will be the standard items of any EOTC meeting. We review the minutes of last meeting, take public comment, talk about the next meeting date, and then go through the budget and multi-year plan with Tom Oken. The 2 focuses of this meeting is one would be the Brush Creek Park and Ride changes that we're proposing, and an update on the pending FLAP grant, which is Federal Lands Access Program grant that I submitted probably 2 months ago. That will be one agenda item. The second one, and probably the meat of the meeting, is really to talk about a funding request for to add on to RAFTA's transportation planning project and study the entrance to Aspen and the alternatives that could be employed there to mitigate the traffic problem that we have. So the meat of this upcoming EOTC meeting is to talk about the entrance to Aspen and to possibly fund Parsons to complete a study on what alternatives could help that situation, where we are today, what kind of data is out there to show what kind of traffic problem we have today, and what kind of traffic problem we're going to have 20 years from now if we don't do anything. So, and then there'll be some updates. One will be a Ruby Park update from John Kruger. We'll talk about Basalt Underpass, which is up and coming, and then probably just a written update on the Grand Avenue Bridge from Tom Newland. So that's what we have put together for the EOTC meeting on the 21st, Thursday, in Aspen Council Chambers from 4 to 6.
George.
So on the discussion for the entrance to Aspen, Ralph Trapani from Parsons will be doing a presentation, an overview of some history. And
Yes, and so I think Randy Reedy with the city, and John can confirm this, John Kruger with the city of Aspen is here. Randy will be doing some history about the entrance to bring hopefully everybody up to speed to some level of understanding, but I think Ralph Trapani with Parsons will do the majority of the presentation on what this entrance study would contain.
and what's currently has already been set aside for easements, right-of-ways, that CDOT has already given us as background. And then along with that, I'm assuming Dan Blankenship will be there. It might be beneficial for him to give a very short, 5-minute overview of RAFTA's projected budget over the next 5 years or so in terms of their needs, just so everyone sort of understands in context what RAFTA's needs are going to be and how that may correlate in terms of addressing the entrance to Aspen in terms of reallocating dollars and things like that.
Yes, and he's on the agenda as well. So.
Yeah. And then last is this may come up from a town, one of the town councilmen from Snowmass. They may be interested in having a short discussion, hopefully be very short, in terms of funding for Cottonwood Pass. That's what I've heard. And again, Ralph. Yeah, and again, Ralph, I think Trapani can give a very quick background in terms of without even thinking about that, there's actually no money available, but the work that CDOT did way back when they were looking at that as an alternative before they went into Glenwood Canyon, why the canyon was picked over Cottonwood Pass.
Yeah.
So, but that may come up and hopefully be a very short discussion.
Can I just tag on to that?
please, Mary.
I don't know how many of you received a call from Ellen Anderson about the Cottonwood Pass issue. I just wanted, while Brian's sitting here, she's very concerned that the Board of County Commissioners does not want to help fund that study. I explained to her that it's in CDOT's plan for the I-70 corridor. If we could maybe get some more information about that I-70 corridor study, what the time frame is, where the Cottonwood Pass issue will come in, at the tail end, in the middle, or the beginning. And then maybe we can, after we get some more information on it, the board can maybe talk about sending a letter to CDOT, depending upon our position as to how we feel about the information, whether or not we want to encourage them to look at the Cottonwood Pass sooner than later, or I don't know what the time frame will be. But I told Ellen that I'd bring it up to the board, and we could just get some more information, and we could have a better discussion, I think.
Okay.
That would be
I
great.
can get that.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Brian.
Michael, you have your hand up?
Well, I'm just concerned about the entrance to Aspen. We talked about it at our retreat where we talked about not ignoring the entrance, but that's a very narrow or small, but talking about valley mobility. So this could be a discussion of upper valley mobility rather than just the entrance, because
I agree.
because we just get hung up on that entrance. And I think, I mean, from my point of view, the small increments are all we can do right now. So, and an example of that would be changing the airport,
Parking lot.
well, not the airport parking lot, but the entrance from the airport onto.
The slip lane.
The slip lane onto 82, which just blocks traffic, right? If the bus can't get through. And so we need to maybe move the carpool down to the Brush Creek. I mean, do little small things. So that's upper valley mobility. And this doesn't really, and maybe, the discussion of, we just have one bus lane from Basalt into town, and you don't drive in that. The buses go in that, period. That's pretty radical. But, because we have a problem now with the high occupancy lanes are completely ignored. And it's really up and down valley. It's simply who can drive the fastest. You win, supposedly. So there's all kinds of problems, and I just don't want to narrow it down to the entrance to Aspen, that's all. Just upper valley mobility.
Except me, because I'm afraid.
Yeah,
I mean, it's up to you guys too,
Yeah.
but I just
Yeah.
think it narrows
But
it.
I'm not going to be at that meeting, but I want to, I'll be at NACO in Long Beach. I want to agree with Michael that I think the enforcement on the HOV lane is really sorely missing.
It's non-existent.
It's
It's
non-existent.
non-existent.
So we need to change it, I think, somehow.
Yeah, well, I think, I would like to change it more towards enforcement, because changing it away from that means reopening the record of decision, frankly, if it's no longer going to be an HOV lane. And I think our bus rapid transit grant was predicated on having a HOV lane for buses, at least at this end. But it is an important topic. And what was the other one that Patty mentioned? Well, I'll go to you, Steve, and
Well,
come back.
a question about the HOV lane. I go back and forth, between Brush Creek and Basalt. The HOV lane's a complete failure on that stretch. The HOV lane from Brush Creek into Aspen really works well. And I just wanted to find out, is that part of the record of decision, the HOV lane going clear to Basalt?
Yes.
Yep.
They both are. They're two different
Okay.
records of decision. That was the Basalt to Buttermilk record of decision.
Okay. I thought it was, I just wanted to confirm that. And
Yeah.
but to me, it's the thing's a failure, and it creates really bad driving habits in people that you see during non-HOV hours all the way to Glenwood Springs. You'll have a slow car driving in the left lane because they've been trained to drive in the left lane. When it's unsafe, they're safer in the right lane, driving slowly on like every other highway in the United States.
You mean they're going the speed limit when you say slowly?
Yeah, it's 50 miles an hour through Shale Bluffs. Nobody goes 50 miles, they go 70 miles an hour through Shale Bluffs.
I go 50.
I want
Slow
to
driver.
bring up I did also hear from a neighbor just randomly who stopped me when I was gardening to say she's very concerned that we did not pursue the Cottonwood Pass funding schedule. And I explained, as we all know, that CDOT is currently $1 billion a year short on transportation funding. And so studying that to get on the bottom of our Intermountain TPR, which last time I looked at either 300 million plus list of projects waiting in the queue and getting close to or less than a $3 million a year allocation towards those. But I don't think the public fully understands what our decision was predicated on. And so I had mentioned I would certainly bring it forward, but at this point, CDOT certainly doesn't have any money to really even maintain the roads it has if you go out and drive and see the potholes and things like that. The one other thing would be good to get an update on is actually the Highway 82 leading into the roundabout. They did some patching there this summer, but the roads between Cemetery Lane Light and that, you can just tell they're gonna fail before you get to the end of next winter. And so what is gonna happen? It's more the road into town on that side didn't get repaved at all, whereas the road out got paved a little bit. And I heard it was just a patching job. It wasn't really a full rebuild. So I think we need to look into that so we don't have those Volkswagen-size potholes on the other side of the road this winter. Okay.
So now should we go back to EOTC prep, Brian?
No, these are all things to see if we can have them addressed at EOTC, or at least, I don't know how they fit into the various topics with the
Yeah, I don't
professionals.
know how
who are
paving
there.
a roundabout fits in, but I think we were lucky we got what we got
Yes.
to get anything done at the roundabout. So it would be nice to have more, but I was amazed that they were able to come through with anything.
Yeah, well, even if the city has to repave it, you know, it's just, you can't let that road fail in the middle of winter again.
Okay.
So those seem to be the topics this board is most interested in discussing.
So
And
Michael, are you here for the EOTC,
When is it?
the 21st?
I'm the only one I think that's not going to be there
Michael's
because I'll be in
chairing,
NACO.
Michael will be chairing that meeting.
Oh, no. Not really. Really?
Yeah.
Oh, brother.
That's why the rest of us are coming. Why don't you chair the meeting?
And you're bringing pizza.
Yeah, pizza, I forgot the pizza, yeah.
Okay.
Probably leftover from our joint meeting.
Anything else?
That nobody comes to.
Anything else? Okay, nothing else? Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Brian.
Small list again.
I know.
Okay,
Now
we
we
now
open
go into
discussion.
open discussion, and we have something from Nan first, so that we can get her in and out.
Hi, Nan.
Hi, guys. Let's see. I have a letter from you all to the Director of the Office of Behavioral Health, requesting their consideration of a waiver or a rule change.
You might want to give one to George as well.
Oh,
He's back.
George who?
Yeah, that guy.
Sorry, George. I'm going right past you. I did bring that many. I'm still thinking about how my daughter went too slowly in the HOV lane this morning. So anyway.
Your daughter did?
I was with her. She was like, we're going too slowly, Mom. We should go in the left lane. And I'm like, but we're high occupancy, but we're... Anyway, so, sorry about that digression. There is a rule for detoxes that they have to have 2 staff person on for every detox bed. That's not the ratio, but if we have 1 bed, we have to have 2 detox workers. We believe that we had a waiver, and so that we could have 1 staff person for 2 detox beds. There's a lot of confusion about this right now, and I just met with the state licensing person at 1 o'clock who came here for a site visit. And they are concerned that it's not safe to have the detox with 1 worker and 2 beds. And they may actually enforce a rule and require it. So I said, what should I do with this letter? We're prepared to go. And her recommendation was that we send this letter anyway, because they feel, the state people feel that we need some help and attention here to try to figure out how to keep our local detox affordable and open. And so while they may not be able to waive the staffing requirement, this letter might help the Office of Behavioral Health recognize that we need help us find other funding, see what other solutions we can have. So their recommendation was to send the letter anyway. And that's what this is, really is kind of like, how do we keep our local detox affordable? And just a reminder that Pitkin, Aspen Valley Hospital, City of Aspen, Snowmass Village, and Basalt currently share the cost that's not reimbursed for detox in an intergovernmental agreement. If we have to add a staff person, it could almost double our costs, which would then make it unaffordable.
Or we wouldn't have it at all.
And we may not have it at all. So we definitely need help. The Office of Behavioral Health is prepared to help us. This is a letter basically triggering that ask for help.
I have a question, Rachel.
Okay.
I ran into someone who was working, or going on his way to work at the detox. He told me that he was detoxing heroin addicts. Do they do that at our detox? Is it a facility safe for heroin detox?
Yeah.
Well, is it safe is now the question of the day. Because yes, it's safe.
Okay.
I mean, they want 2 workers on for every 1 person. We've been detoxing heroin, cocaine, methamphetamines, and alcohol the whole time that we've had the detox renewed, and probably before that in the 90s. If there's any kind of medical, when you say is it safe, right? Is it safe for the client?
I was worried about the patient coming off of those
Right.
other drugs other than alcohol.
So we are on the hospital campus. If anyone has a medical emergency,
zip
they
over.
go straight over to the hospital. That's how they are assessed for safety. It
I'm
just
just thinking
takes
seizure
generally-
activities, that kind of.
Right, and someone else can talk better about this, but in general, the issue with heroin is it just takes longer. But anyway, these are things we need to have more community dialogue about. We need to have the experts at the table. Mind Springs is the vendor, and I heard today at 1 o'clock that the Office of Behavioral Health would be available to help us with this discussion, to figure out solutions. So this letter would trigger, they know it's coming. I've spoken to both of them. They're happy to have it come and see what they can do to help us find a local solution that will work here.
I have one other question, Rachel.
Yes, Patty?
Do you know if in the new emergency room, you may not know the answer to this, are they planning a safe bed? Remember we had talked, I had talked to them when I was running for office about trying to have one of the rooms that could be converted into a safe bed. In other words, that there are rooms that have a screen that rolls down over all of the oxygen tubing and supplies in the room and actually makes it, like a safe space for staff and for the client or the patient. You don't know if they follow through that. Okay, I'll follow through on that. I'll find out. I'm not sure who to ask anymore because nobody's there that I asked before, so I'll work on it.
Steve?
Thanks,
Nan, currently if neither of the 2 beds is occupied, is there one staff person on duty? Just in case somebody's brought in?
Just a reminder, it's also our drug testing place. So they've been augmenting the cost of it due to revenues from drug testing. So for the most part, there's always someone on. They went to a 24/7 shift, I would say about 4 months ago, because the on-call was a little hairy for getting
someone
people
in
a time frame that would help law enforcement or the hospital. So right now, it's 24/7, 1 staff person.
Well, that's what I was curious about is, would a on-call thing work?
Could be, it could be
And then bring
backup.
2 people in,
Right.
so there would always be 2 people if someone's occupying a bed, and no people if none of the beds are occupied, and maybe the total staffing would be the same. But if someone has to be there 24/7 anyhow.
Well, whether
then,
someone has to be there 24/7, I mean, these are things the state might be able to help us. There are not a lot of rural detoxes out there. We are unusual because we took the bulls by the horn and said, this is essential in our community, we have to have it. But the Office of Behavioral Health is willing to help us look at some other models, or look at the models, look at the best models, look at where our detox is, there's issues like with line of sight, right now, if they're doing drug testing and a detox patient had a seizure, they might not see them or hear it. So clearly there are safety issues.
Nan, this is a very dense letter, and I know you want to
Is
keep
it
it on one
dense?
page. Well, I know you're trying to keep it on one page, and I don't know how to, but the only teeny bit of information that I think is valuable is that our detox center is on the Aspen Valley Hospital campus.
Okay.
And that, that is part of our safety net for the center, basically. So,
Maybe in the third paragraph,
yeah,
I could put it in there with,
it might be good to get that in
or
there.
with our outcomes, okay.
And then the last one I was thinking is that in your third paragraph, the very last sentence, we believe that the staffing levels required in Rule 21-250-1B2, if enforced without a waiver or rule change, will result in the closure of critical rural detoxes, including our own. I'd love to break that out into a separate sentence. You know, I mean, if you can, that's a conclusion. And that's the meat of this letter. And so to the extent that it can stand alone and not be in a block paragraph, I think it's very helpful.
I wonder if we could start the fourth paragraph with that sentence.
Yeah, or something like
Okay.
along those lines, either that or
Okay.
find some way to emphasize it,
Okay, do.
italics,
Sure.
something. Okay,
Yeah.
those are my comments, Steve, and then Michael.
That just brought up a thought to my mind that how about having one person there, if for some reason they have to go do a drug test, they could have an EMT come over from the ambulance and be the second person and just pay them for, that could be a close person who's trained in medical things who could come
I
over.
have a similar idea, especially since we're looking at community paramedics model. So I think there are some solutions out there. We just haven't tapped
Not
them
there
yet.
yet.
And I'm telling you, this issue is so hot off the press that it came up today, right? So I almost pulled the letter because I wasn't sure, and then when the state said no, send it, we need the red flag that we need attention out here.
So that's great, though. I mean, it's great timing
Very good.
that we can.
Michael?
Yeah, I mean, it just occurs to me that instead of asking for a straight waiver,
Yeah.
that you ask for an alternate protocol of some sort.
Okay.
Because I think, we're tossing around all these solutions. There's probably one out there, but the response to we need a waiver is we can't issue a waiver.
Yeah, right.
Right?
Yes, you're right. That's a good point.
So you say, well, we have we think an alternate protocol, which could include all the stuff we've discussed here. I don't know.
Leaves
I
the
don't
door
know.
open.
So it
for
might
some-
be, if I could add, I think it's gonna be 2 pages. Charlotte did a
Yeah.
great job making it one. But if I could add, waiver or alternate protocol and/or resources, because Karen Mooney talked about, new money that came up with Senate Bill 202 and some other projects. So it's possible that OBH, Office of Behavioral Health, could help us with the protocol and also with the resources.
It'd be great.
Yep, that sounds good. Thanks for being on top of this and reaching out for us, Nan. And so, yes, we have A-OK to send the letter, and
I'll rewrite it and have Charlotte give it to Rachel tomorrow.
we'll be here tomorrow. Thank you, guys. And I'm going to mention one last thing while you're here. Probably for a future discussion of this board in late August or September. But one of the ballot initiatives that's going to be on the ballot this year is Priorities Colorado. It's an outgrowth of the Building Better Colorado effort that some of us participated in the past. And it's essentially like a referendum C from 10 years ago. It is asking the state, as Tabor allows, can we keep all the revenues we collect rather than issuing refunds? Some years there might not be any new revenue from it. Other years it could be 120, 125 million to the state. It's currently in the ballot language to be split 35% with schools, 35% with transportation, and the remainder 30% between mental health and senior services. And so it's something that I think I'd like our board to look at in more depth in the future, and then potentially vote a resolution of endorsement or support. But that would be something that may get a little more resources into this corner of the world as well.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Drive carefully on your way home.
Yeah.
In the
Drive
right lane,
slowly.
please.
Yeah.
Slowly, Joan.
And get a massage when you get home.
Okay, we're back to open discussion. Phyllis, what else do you have us for us?
The only thing I had was, we were considering going back to Senate Bill 152, was sending a letter from the board encouraging our municipalities, as well as Eagle County, so the Roaring Fork Valley, to put on the ballot an opt-out question to 152.
Yeah.
And Kara's beginning to draft that, and
I have a copy of a draft, and I've kind of marked it up a little bit. It's just kind of a broad letter of why it's important. And
Should
things
we
like that.
attach examples of language to make it even easier for them?
Right now, we're trying to get CCI, CML updated their material. CCI had not updated theirs yet, so we're hoping to get that as well as our ballot language and include that in the letter.
Just makes it easier for them to say yes.
Yeah, I'll give you this back at the end of the meeting with a few wording
Great.
changes, and I think we should send that out. Absolutely, hopefully. The main thing this needs is that the dates, the notice
the
of
July
clerk
29th.
date, as well as the final date and why it's timely.
Got it.
And then I know I need to bring this to the board. We've had 2 applicants for our translator board. We have a total of 4 vacancies, 2 regular, 2 alternates. They're having a meeting tomorrow. If the board would like to appoint one or both of our recent interviewees, we can add that to our agenda for tomorrow and be able to have a quorum at translator board.
I support appointing both.
Yeah, others?
That's fine. Can we also, would it be appropriate to do an appointment, at least one of the seats for the Health and Community Grant Committee? And then, are we all done with our interviews for the P and Z?
I think we're current on that. We can have Charlotte check, Phyllis and Charlotte. I know tomorrow's resolution includes the housing board appointee.
I would definitely appoint Steve Wicks, and I think we should do so because of the upcoming date of the grants coming in.
Yeah, so let's add all 3 of those, the 2 translator
And
applicants.
then we'll interview Martha Campbell when she's back in town.
That's fine, but
P&Z,
but then we interviewed 2 people for P and Z. Were there any more interviews?
Interviewed Paul Rudnick?
Yeah, I would appoint Paul
Okay.
Rudnick.
And,
Yeah, me too.
okay, Paul Rudnick
Yeah.
added to tomorrow, so.
Was there
okay.
somebody else?
Paul Rudnick, Steve Wicks, and the 2 applicants from
You
Transit.
know, we've had really
Yeah.
good
We'll
applicants
add-
coming through.
Yeah,
That would be great. Good.
Everything except for the one where the guy said, no, he didn't really want to do it.
I know.
He didn't want to withdraw his name.
What Charlotte will do is just revise the resolution and include all those folks
And then
on it.
hand it out at the meeting. Okay, great, thank you very much for that. Board, we're scheduled for a break now. We reconvene at 2:45 for the department update with the sheriff's office. Okay? Good. Stretch your legs while you can. Back on the air?
I'm ready, yeah.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone. It is Tuesday, July 12th, and it's about 2:50 in the afternoon. You tuned into the Board of County Commissioners work session, and we are about to hear an update from one of our very important departments, the sheriff, law enforcement, jail, dispatch, and radio. Joe, why don't you take it away? Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm not going to try not to take up too much of your time today. I think I have some good news to tell you about where our sheriff's office is going and what we've done in the last year. So I'll start with probably the thing I've spent most of my time on in the last 8 months or so, which is the new building. And it's amazing, I think I told you this the last time I was in front of you, that it's amazing how much I'm learning about construction and process and building permits and variances and property, something I never thought I would do when I got elected sheriff. So it kind of feels good to do something outside the box of law enforcement. And I'm finding it fascinating working with two governments and getting both these projects, the police building and the county building, built. I'm really happy with the way it's going. I think we have great leadership on it with John Peacock and Dave Detweiler, who is unbelievable at keeping us on track and keeping our contractors moving in the right direction responsibly. I do think it's going to be an office space that's going to be perfectly fitting of what I would call the modesty of Pitkin County and who we are and who we identify with. But I do think it's going to be a considerable step up from where we are right now. I don't see it as a gigantic monument to government. I do think it's appropriate size and scale. And from what I understand, as of yesterday's meeting, our budget is going to be real close to what we proposed. So that makes me really happy, and I know it does you. I really do think it's going to be a significant improvement for all of our community services. I think it's going to be great when you guys have a 100-person meeting and they're going to be able to walk into a lobby and be able to have conversations without standing in the freezing cold. So I think overall this is going to be a great addition to the way we do business and to the county landscape. I think it is going to make the Veterans Park spectacular and a great place for people to come and reflect and remember. And so that's a big part of my last few months. And just interrupt with questions, please, on anything. The next thing I'd like to move on to is our 2017 budget. I was hoping Connie's here, but she's not. I'm projecting a flat budget this year. I'm not going to be asking for any increases in staff, equipment, or anything. I'm looking at the exact same figure that we had last year. And I was going to put Connie on the spot because at this time I don't know how far under or over my 2016 budget was. But if it was over, it probably our overtime is what eats us alive when it comes to overtime, when it comes to budget. And that's based on unforeseen incidents and staff shortages, which I'll get into in a minute. But I don't see coming to you with any increase in budget for 2017.
Yeah, because that's good to hear, Joey, because last year, after we approved the budget, and not only your department, but we had many supplemental budgetary requests that came forward, and we did approve several for your department last year, including some work at the jail and some other things. So what I'm asking is, you're not anticipating any need to come back for a supplemental budget in 2017 at this point?
Not unless it's a situation like the jail where it's totally unforeseen and we had to put sprinklers up, in there. But as far as the things that I use every day, salary, cars, equipment, positions, I'm looking pretty static. Now, if we have another homicide, my budget will be blown up with overtime. So, but I'm not coming to you with any asks.
And can I just ask one other question? How did you handle within your budget the recent visit from Vice President Biden?
It didn't impact the budget as much as you would think, George. I think the last figure I got was around $3,000 is what we spent on him. I'm real sensitive to that, and if it gets, I think that's something we could afford to give to them without asking back. But I do have my own internal breaking point where I'll ask to be reimbursed. On this particular visit, I didn't know if it was necessarily worth it to go to the Institute and ask for the $3,000 back as a reimbursement, because I did see it as, I guess you could call it a public event. If you wanted to spend the money, you could have gone to see the Vice President, which is considerably different than having a party at a house on Red Mountain that is invitation only, and we end up spending $3,000 or $4,000 on it. That I do think the host should pay for. But in this particular event, it was public if you had the money to pay.
And it was publicly broadcast on public radio.
I didn't know that. So it was, and when we did get a lot of local attention, I saw him speaking on CNN, but so that kind of stuff I won't reimburse with. I think you just have to allow my gut to do its thing and decide when I'm going to charge these people or not. On last check, I have not heard anything about a candidate coming here. If that comes up, I'll use the same gut check to see who I charge.
Very good. Please continue.
Thank you. The other thing that's on my radar is staff shortages and retention of staff. And Phyllis is aware of this. I'm really struggling to keep people employed in the comm center and in our jail. They're difficult jobs to start with. They include confinement and isolation. You know, the jail, you don't get to leave for lunch. You're in there for 8 hours. That's your shift. You eat lunch there, you eat dinner there. You're pretty much an inmate. And same with the comm center. Alex will give you a briefing on the new comm center and tell you how it's coming. But I'm going to circle around to where I was last year, George, and you and I did have a couple of conversations on our compensation program. I need to keep reminding this board that my staff, from deputies down to comm center people, are still lower paid than our neighbors. And in the patrol case, hasn't impacted me much yet, but in some of those other, the jail and the comm center, it does seem to be impacting me. I'm hoping that with the comm center moving away from town, it might make it a hair more attractive for people to commute from Basalt because we don't have to go through the traffic. But I don't know if that's going to be a balancing point. We are, as a whole county, doing a salary survey. Our department is in it. I'm hoping that makes an impact on us. One of the warnings that I gave myself was when we do a salary survey, it could be a little demoralizing to staff when it says, yeah, you're underpaid and you need to increase by 10%, and we all know we don't have the 10%. And that worries me. And I don't know how we all are going to deal with that when it happens. But I do think it's something just to put in the back of your mind, that I can't help but think that salary survey is not going to come back and say, you know, you need to do some work with your employees. Now, whether that's over the next week or the next year, or over the next 5 years, is, as I said, something we'll all, I hope, come up with a solution for. Yes, Steve?
In all the publicity after the incident in Dallas last week, they say that the Dallas Police Department is underpaid for everybody in that vicinity, and they have officers leaving all the time to go work for higher paid jobs in nearby small towns and municipalities and whatnot. So it sounds like, you know, and they have a more low morale issue there even before the shooting incident happened. So that made me aware that, you know, that's something we need to be concerned about here too.
Well, I'm glad.
Keep morale up and keep the pay scale as close as we can is, I think, where we should be trying to go.
Yeah, it hasn't affected my morale yet, because last year you did approve an increase for us, and that's kind of kept morale status quo. I also believe, and always will believe, that Pickens County is a unique place to work. I mean, Pekin County government is a unique place to work. And I think a lot of my employees are willing to have that trade-off, to have great bosses, a great county manager, great benefits, a caring organization. There's no numbers in Picken County. We all got names, and we know that. Does that offset the salary? Yes, but only for short periods of time.
Well, we'll keep our eyes open on that. I think it's worth noting for the record that the state finally passed a salary bill for clerks and sheriffs and county commissions. And of course, we're a home rule charter and it already dealt to some extent with the sheriff and the clerk's wages. But the new incoming commissioners will be receiving 10% more than the existing commissioners. And then that's fixed. It doesn't, you know, I guess there's an inflator, but there won't be a large leap like that again. And in other jurisdictions, it went up as high as 30%, but we kept it nice and low. The ones who could, the ones who couldn't do it separately, if they wanted to get their sheriff the rate raised, they had to all go up the same amount.
Well, I'm not going to ask for a raise.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying.
I think I'm well compensated for the work I do.
I'm just saying that I think that that's something for this board to bear in mind when we look at those issues and when the salary survey comes back as to what these rates for other frontline folks have been who are in more of a life hazard situation regularly, and working those graveyard shifts can't be easy.
Yeah, and as I've often repeated, it's really hard when two guys are sitting in the patrol room at 2:30 in the morning and one's wearing a blue shirt, one's wearing a green shirt, and they're comparing paychecks and they're out of whack. It doesn't feel good because you know you're both doing the same job. And lastly, as far as my update goes, George, our VMC is still working on our edible issue. I think I should give you some fair warning that there really doesn't seem to be an immediate solution to this. I don't know, and our board is still, our subcommittee is still working on it, but I'm not sure ban is what we're talking about. I'm not sure outlawing is the right thing. I don't think a free-for-all is perfect either. So we're trying to find some kind of middle ground on that. Where I could come to you. We had to have a month's vacation because our leader had a orthopedic issue, so he was out for a month and we were stalled. So I'm hoping in the next 30 or so days we'll have something for you.
Michael?
So, Joey, even if you didn't come up with a solution, you know, even if the Valley Medical Council said, we have concerns, that'd be fine with me because it allows people to see if they share those concerns. And then the community can say, oh yeah, that is something we all should think about. And they can come to you and share their solutions. But I don't think the solutions are the necessary goal as much as the concern of the community and of Colorado, really, of what's going on. So.
I think you're right, Michael, and if there is no solution, if you will, that comes out of this, what will come out of it was significant awareness in the conversations that we've had here, newspapers, at our meetings. I think that message is getting out. I just came back from 520 Grill and I went to the bathroom, and in there on the bathroom next to Silver Peak is a sticker that says, it rhymed somehow, but it says, wait 4 hours till you eat again, or something like that. So now I'm glad that they're saying 4 hours, because it used to be like an hour. So I think we're learning that this is a moving target. So with that, I think I'm going to introduce Alex Burchetta, who you all know, who's going to give you an update on our comm center building and our incident management team.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Hello, Alex Burchetta. I'm the Director of Operations for the Sheriff's Office. I'm also the Interim Director of Communications for our 911 comm center. The two things that I'm going to highlight on, or hit on, are the director search, where we are currently in the search for the director in the communications center, and also the biggest thing that's upcoming for us, which is the move to the North 40. I will be very brief and ask you to ask questions if you have them along the way. We contracted with a company called Strategic Government Resources back in April, and we have been working with them closely to develop the employment guide for prospective candidates for the director position. I'm happy to say that we have 9 or 10 candidates right now for that position from all over the country, one from Colorado and a bunch from other states throughout the nation. So tomorrow we'll be meeting with the representative that's been assigned to our position at Mountain Rescue for a 4-hour meeting to go over all the candidates and whittle them down to a group of semifinalists. So that's very exciting, and the anticipated selection or placement date is end of August, middle of September. It's kind of a moving target at this point.
Yeah, Alex, let me ask a question. Over time, I've learned that the communications position is more than just handling all those calls and dispatch and everything. Often it was advice on what type of new radios to get and grants to pursue and all sorts of things. And now that we got the translator broadband project going and our own BITS IT department, are you interviewing for that sort of technical and IT experience as well as the dispatch and emergency services, or are you perhaps taking advantage of the talent in the building to help you with your job interviews?
I think what we've done is we've used many resources throughout the county, Phyllis being one of them, to identify what those key items are that we're looking for in this candidate, in this new director. I would say, from my perspective, yes, it encompasses the IT side and the technological side, but really it's more about leadership, taking lessons learned in previous positions and bringing them to us and pointing us in a new and progressive direction when it comes to training, when it comes to retention, when it comes to possible funding models, different funding models for the comm center. So in addition to the technological side of things and what kind of radios to purchase and grants to look for, we're looking more at the bigger picture and how can we really lead this department and these employees in a new direction.
Great, thank you. That's a perfect answer. George?
And Alice, I know you're well aware of this, and Joey is, and it's great to hear that you've had a great response for this position. But of course, the challenge and the reality, and when you look at bringing someone in from outside the community, outside the state, and trying to find housing, and there's always great. I've got this great job I've been offered in Pickens County. We're going to move to Colorado, honey. We're going to the mountains. And then they get here and say, wow, I can't afford to live here.
That's a problem.
That's why we have the jail.
It's not for everybody, though. It's one of the items that we identified as being a challenge, and I think, Joe, you might want to speak on the budget and the compensation and the package that goes along with it.
It is a pretty fair salary for most comm directors. I think it probably should be a little higher for our neighborhood, and we'll find that out when we put it out there.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to be real interesting. My hiring philosophy is I usually don't hire you if you don't live within 40 miles of the courthouse. And I want you to live in this valley for 5 years and have a track record. I do think the industry, the future of policing is going to be hiring more local people who have relationships with their community. So it does scare me for the first time that I have to look at a pool of people that are all from all over the country who may be seeing Aspen and Pickens County for the first time. And I don't know how this is going to go. I'm used to dealing with people I know. So this is going to be interesting. The good part is the company we hired has given us a lot of good guarantees that if, say, this person doesn't work out, they'll help us with the next search. If in 6 months or so somebody says, hey, honey, I don't like it here, let's split, we're not going to be out, I don't think, for any more money.
Right.
Well, we recruit a new person. I think we're all well aware that bringing somebody in from the outside could have its own challenges. Yeah. I don't think there's one person from within Glenwood to Aspen, is there?
It's not broken down by exactly where in the state. It just says Colorado.
I don't know that we have anybody in this hood.
Yeah, it just gets more challenging when you're getting into that real technical expertise and background experience.
You have to look outside.
It could also be awesome to have somebody from a bigger jurisdiction come here and teach us a bunch of stuff that we've never thought of.
That's
that
what
they
I'm
do
saying.
that they do all the time because they have 400 cops. You know.
Okay, Patty?
Did we ever have to use the Vail dispatch people this?
We did. We used one of their.
That went well?
It's fantastic. We use one of their supervisors. She comes over when her schedule allows and fits into our schedule, and she's been fantastic. So,
And then they do an evaluation or something at the end to see how the calls went and all that, isn't that what?
yeah,
And then we follow up with that. That's great. It's great to hear. And have any of our people gone the other way?
I don't think so.
We don't have.
We don't have.
We don't
I
have
was
people
gonna say,
taking them
that's
because
really
we don't
spread
have them.
Very quickly, the building move. Like I said, we're moving to the North 40. I went out there yesterday and looked. I was actually unbelievably surprised to walk into 2 weeks ago what was an empty building is now full of brand new furniture and new lights and HVAC. It is moving so quickly, but it's moving really well. Jeff Kruger is the project manager actually for that project, and he has done an amazing job with his team getting that building up and going. I think, as Joe mentioned, we have a retention issue in some of the departments, and I hope that this will go towards fixing. It's not going to solve, but fixing one of those retention issues. And having a new building that's 21st century with new equipment, and you don't have to fight the traffic into Aspen, might be a real appeal to people. And I think that we, in that facility, we'll be able to continue to provide a high quality service to the community. So it's a great move for us, and we're very excited about it. That kind of leads me into the incident management team. I know I've briefly spoken to you about the incident management team that the county has when it comes to the bike race and other incidents that we have like X Games, but I wanted to hit on the preparedness. I think preparedness right now in where we are with the wildfires that are around the state and the flooding that was happening in years past, it's really important that we focus on being as prepared as we can for any of the incidents that we're faced with. We have a multi-agency, multi-jurisdiction group team of people, about 22 people from public safety, Aspen Valley Hospital, Aspen Ski Co, the airport, real diverse group of people that are committed to preparedness and committed to incident management in this county. And I believe that we are prepared to respond and deal with any incident that we're faced with, probably for the first operational period or two. As incidents grow, we might need to step it up in terms of going to a type 2 or a type 1 incident management team. But for that first initial attack period, operational period 1 and 2, I think we are definitely prepared. What we're looking at in the future right now is incorporating training, like some all hazards type of training for public safety personnel in the valley and the county, but also opening that up to the region so that people can also benefit from us being able to host these trainings. And also identifying some equipment needs that we might need for the incident management team. We're very lucky as an IMT to be funded by grants or donations from the Public Safety Council and also from the ESPN.
Yeah, I wanted to bring that up, and I forgot when you asked George. What I've been doing now is, for example, the X Games, we might spend $25,000 in in-kind services. We don't bill them. We go out there and stand on the snow, and it's a wash. So now what I'm starting to do with some of these agencies is I've asked them to donate to us for training programs, so I don't have to ask you for the money. And ESPN has given us $5,000 to work on to help train this team. The Public Safety Council has given us, what did I ask for?
$7,000.
$7,000 to enhance this team. So I'm trying to get creative and get training money from other people who aren't really paying for our services.
I have a question. Speaking of the X Games, there was a gentleman that was brought in who was a consultant.
The guy from North Dakota?
Amazing.
Joe Lowe.
Joe Lowe.
What a character. I could still be there and he would still be telling me stories.
He had really good things to say about our team.
That's what I was wondering.
He really thinks the team is good.
What made a big point to him was the face-to-face relationships. And he was impressed by the regionalism and that if there was an emergency, you'd work with that guy during training sessions and you knew each other. That hurdle was already jumped over and you could just get right to task. And I was wondering what his final outcomes were, because he was going to put together some kind of an evaluation report.
He wrote that to me, Patty, and I could probably find it in my email, but it was very complimentary.
He was great.
And this Type 3 team that Alex has helped establish there are not a lot of them in the state. I mean, for such a small community, for us to have this level of training is really exceptional for us. Well, the closest one is...
Well, the state has 5 state-sponsored type 3 teams, but another region like Boulder, I think Boulder County has the other one, and that's the closest that I know of.
So we're competing with bigger counties and have the same level of preparedness, if you will.
That's great.
I think our team right now, the way it is, could probably get us through just about anything for 10 hours or so until the cavalry comes.
Right.
And that's all I could ask for.
And the other thing too, I want to just let you know that if you ever have need for, because we're on grassroots a lot, if there's any issue that you would like us to get out to the public, kind of a Board of Commissioners public service announcement, please bring it over and one of us will speak on it during either our open discussion or
Or
open or
calling you,
closing.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's a
or
great
you can come over, or we can do it more than once. You can come over and do the first, and we'll do it at our work sessions if you would like, and take advantage of our time on television.
Definitely.
That'd be great.
Thank you.
I have one other question for Alex, although it may be equally to both of you, but just since you worked so hard on the Independence Pass legislation and the large trucks, I know last year we had an uptick. Are we seeing less this year, or what's the dealie?
Alex probably would be better to answer, but I think it seems less.
It's definitely fewer trucks since the pass is opened this year than last year, definitely.
Okay.
But we're still getting people that don't see the signs, don't have the information.
Or don't care.
Or don't care.
I was gonna say, I've been in touch with Greg Fulton from the Truckers Association, and I think we sent him some files of some of the lousy pictures of trucks going off the edge so that they could put it on their Facebook for the Colorado Truckers Association. And he said that they have been reaching out really vigorously with the mapping companies, the internet map companies.
Yeah.
So
I think, like anything, you're going to find a certain percentage of that population that, like Joe said, just doesn't care. It means they'll take the $1,500 ticket if it means they're going to get from here to wherever they're going faster. Even though it presents a public safety.
Last year we had a truck driver who got caught, came in, called his boss. The boss said, "Leave the truck, you're fired, find your own way home."
That was the guy that didn't have any money.
Had no money, nothing. He was stranded in Aspen, Colorado. So some, I know him, and some of his truckers take it very seriously. Others just don't care. Just like speeding.
I'd imagine.
Doesn't matter.
Steve?
I don't remember if the flashing electronic signs were up last year, were they?
Those variable message boards that
Yeah.
CDOT had, they had them last year. I'm not sure if they're up.
I couldn't remember last year. Well, I just drove over.
Were they up last
yesterday and then today, and they're up, and both directions say vehicles over 35 feet, $1,500 fine. It doesn't mention anything but the $1,500 fine. So, and they're big, huge signs.
Hard to
Anybody
miss.
who doesn't see that is,
Blatantly
just
ignoring them.
they don't want to see it.
It's not like they're getting blocked by that little Volkswagen next to them,
Yeah, very good.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thanks so much.
Great, thanks, Alex.
And while I have your ears, I just remembered one other thing I need to discuss and update both you and the public on. As you all know, I'm the fire warden, and I don't know how that ever happened in 1865 or whatever. So we are in wildfire season. I know you're well aware that we have a few burning around the state. Right now, we are in a safe zone, if you will, but a few more weeks of this dry weather, and that will change rapidly. I still consider wildfire the #1 public safety threat to us in this community by far. And I think one of the smartest and best things you ever did for me was give me that check for $100,000+. If we have a fire, we could spend it on initial attack, which I think is real important. A lot of other communities, while they're on fire, are negotiating for money with their commissioners or whatever, and I don't have to do that thanks to you. I hope we never use it. But I am hearing that if it keeps like this up for 2 or 3 weeks, we could be in a different area, so just to know that. And the last thing, before I introduce our next guest, it kind of sounds like the Tonight Show all of a sudden, our next guest. But I wanted to give you a jail update. I think tomorrow, I know you've all been invited. I don't know who's going on the tour of our jail.
Pretty much all coming.
I think it'll be...
They promised lunch.
Okay.
And we hear it's pink.
You're going to have tin cups where you could rattle the bars. But the jail has been open for 34 years, I think, and we've never closed for any kind of remodel or construction. Well, we had to put sprinkler systems in, and we had to have an ADA cell. So that work is just finishing up. I think you're going to see a new shiny jail with great paint and carpeting. I still think it's the best jail around, but the people have a lot to do with that. But I'm looking forward to you guys seeing it while it's empty, and you could walk around and see whatever you want. And I think we're gonna have a public one after that, so I wanna let the people at home, to please come tomorrow. It won't be the Jailhouse Rock that we had the first opening, but it'll be as close as we can.
It's at 1:30, isn't it?
I believe so.
For the public. We're here at 11.
And Ron Ryan is here. I just want to give you a little prelude to what he's going to talk about. It just happens to be a sense of pride for me, and I think Patty may have asked about this. And Ron will fill you in more. There is a prestigious academy called the National Academy, sponsored by the FBI in Quantico, Virginia. It's a 10-week program. Cops usually wait years to get in. It's for upper-level management people. Leadership training, management training. Just consider the Harvard or Yale police training. And we were fortunate enough to have an invitation from the FBI to go, so we didn't have to apply and wait. Ron put his paperwork in, and they accepted him immediately. So he's going to give you a few minutes at Patty's request of what the National Academy is and what it means to us.
That's quite an introduction.
That was it.
That's it.
I know that we're the last here, so I am going to keep this very brief. But
No, really, this is your time. We only do this once a year. You don't have to keep it so brief, and we have an executive session later, so we're not going anywhere. You're not last.
okay, I did trim down a lot of photos to make it brief, though. So, but if
How do we-
someone knows how to turn the projector on,
Phyllis
I can
may know how to do the
just
Elmo.
take this right here. That'll be good. And I'm going to switch seats with you.
I thought you were going to come in that dark suit and that shiny shoes.
Men in
Like
Black.
so
No, we should program him for that. All that stuff we told him to forget about when he got back.
That was Joe's biggest concern, is
Men
about
in Black.
drinking the Kool-Aid.
I do have to tell you, when he
Deprogramming.
left, I said, what if he comes back somebody else? What if the programming worked?
Manchurian deputy.
I just saw parts of that movie the other night. It was very interesting.
But we take this
I
serious.
just got it.
Share computers.
Yeah, I think it knows.
It's got you.
And that done.
Nice picture, Ron.
I'm going to have to put my
Number
glasses.
2.
Number 2.
Joe reminds me my position. There's no getting around it when your title is under sheriff, where you stand in an organization, however.
They didn't let you forget that down in Quantico, did they?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, I think we're gonna be good here. As Joe said, it's very difficult to get in, and for my class alone, there were 230 students, representing almost all of the states and other organizations, and there were 27 from outside of the United States as well, which was really interesting to have some of the conversations that we did with this group as a whole. And of that particular class, they're running this 4 times a year out of Quantico. There's an average of 19 years experience in everyone who attends, and that's pretty consistent class to class. There were people who had waited 12 years to get in my class as well. So when we went around and everyone was talking about how long they were waiting, I was like, I'm going to go get a drink of water or something, because we did get fast-tracked. I did apply many years ago and did kick off my application in. And as things got closer with 4 kids, I said, I can't be away for 10 or 11 weeks. It's a very difficult thing to pull off when you have a family.
Yeah.
So when the opportunity came up again, I quickly jumped on it. It started in 1935 as a way to standardize and professionalize throughout the United States criminal justice, to make sure that the small communities and the large communities all had the same resources available to them, at least in the training and knowledge of their officers. And there was certainly the concern about what really goes on there. Are you drinking the Kool-Aid? Are they trying to get everyone to conform? And it's an inside joke with the academy instructors as well, and that is the last thing that they do. It really is about this graduate and undergraduate level education through University of Virginia, who accredits their programs, and then getting all of these individual leaders together to put our heads together and become a resource even when we're not in the classroom together. It really is, it's the FBI Academy, so they have the FBI new agents who are being instructed at the same time and staying on campus. They have the National Academy students. And then they have analysts and other special training operations that they do there at Quantico. I won't judge any of you, but if any of you have seen the new series Quantico, it's absolutely nothing like that at all.
Okay.
So,
Well, I was just going to say, did you get to run the parkour course that Jodie Foster runs on Silence of the Lamb at the beginning of it?
Actually, being 11 weeks long, and even though the government shutdown had threatened to end the program because it's not an essential function, the training, so we shortened it by a week to ensure that we'd be able to get through all the academic requirements. It's a little iffy flying in and out of Aspen and coming into the mountains, as you know, and I was there over Thanksgiving break. And I think I was one of 5 people who didn't go home and back. And I did just that, I watched the video and then ran the exact course. It does exist as it is in the movie. So
Nope, I just had a
thanks
guess.
for asking.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I know, he already told me that story.
Yeah. So it really is, it's more like a college than anything, but it's a college with gunfire and helicopters in this environment that is really very much public safety, law enforcement. And, growing up here, I've always had my concerns about how big government gets and how other governments start absorbing the smaller ones. And it's very impressive how they do this and how they gear it towards even communities our size. So it was great. But you're taking most of the people in their 30s and 40s, double bunking them in dorm rooms, which is really by design too, because of the relationship aspect of that. You spend all of your time getting up in the morning at about 5 in the morning. Everyone has PT every day. Every Wednesday there is an entire session PT, so 230 people all at once, and a particular fitness challenge. And that all culminates to the final end of the session, what they call the Yellow Brick Road Challenge, which they use the Marine Corps endurance course for that. And that's where you have the obstacles and all of that stuff.
How many women were in the program?
There are quite a few for a program like this, I would say. I think there were maybe 12 women.
Out of
15, 12 to 15, I think is what.
220?
Yeah. But when you look at statistically law enforcement agencies and gender, there tend to be, unfortunately, few women. And that's one of the things that, we're looking for females and Spanish speakers a lot when we're hiring, but we only hire local, so it gets difficult to do that. But we have hired just recently 2 female, one in the academy and one in FTO right now, to try to better represent the makeup of our community. So it would be nice if there's more, but it's good that we're the ones who are there. So you have your PT, you get breakfast. The dining hall was absolutely amazing. I was glad to see my tax dollars going to that quality. It's one of the best things, and in that environment, you really look forward to food at some points. It schedules out your day. Then you go to classes in the morning, which literally are, each class is 3 credit hours through UVA. Some of the guys thought, hey, I'm a law enforcement executive, no problem. I was an asset because of my APA research writing skills, so I bartered some of that. Some of the other guys had skills in certain areas, and not everyone was really ready for some of that. And when they learn that this is serious and you do have to pass this stuff and you can be sent home, it legitimized the entire program as well.
It's like you did clip notes and that kind of stuff?
No, I read the whole book.
Yeah, and then ran the course.
Right. And that pretty much made up your day. Then you have lunch, and you have the second academic part, and there's normally a fairly well-known speaker thrown in here and there, people with experiences in what we do, and dinner, and then groups where you're working on projects together. So it is long 10 to 12-hour days, and you're busy the entire time. And then they schedule trips in there as well. You go to DC a lot, travel a lot of the museums, go to different historical points. So it is a packed 10 weeks that we do through there.
And the class is complimentary.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing we paid was Ron's salary.
Nice.
So it is good education for free.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
The classrooms they've been around for a while because the academy has been there, but they've done a good job of keeping them up. They're technologically right up there. The instructors were top notch. It was a great learning environment that they took serious. The physical stuff was pretty demanding. We actually had one of our participants have a heart attack. He was brought back by the group with an AED, which is good news, and he's alive and healthy today.
That's part of the training, right?
Yeah.
They set that one up.
Yeah. And another one had a stroke. So it was pretty tough. And one of the requirements is you have to pass the background check and then, get a fitness test by your doctor and make sure you're able to do that part of it as well. The international students, I learned a great deal from them, their perspectives on things. And it's funny, time frame wise, they're going through some things that we have as a country in public safety means prior, and then vice versa. There are some things that they've dealt with that we're just beginning to get into.
What countries, for instance?
Oh, there's quite a few of them, but the ones I spoke the most with were Italy, England, São Paulo, and Brazil. It depended on who was in your section, who you spent the most time with. But we had opportunities to at least talk with each one a little bit.
Michael, there's paths you could take. I think I'll let Ron explain more, but before you go, you pick one of the 4 or 5 paths. One might be psychological, one might be criminology. So those 230 people are broken up into 4 or 5 different groups.
5
groups. So just like college, you pick your career path.
And which did you pursue?
They're all leadership centric. So I let that part do the leadership part, and then I did the science part of it. A lot of the psychology, crime scene type of classes.
Forensic type stuff?
Yeah. So some of the international students, 3 here, the one on the left with me was the one from Italy. And we weren't allowed to have coffee makers in our rooms because of electrical issues, but he smuggled in an espresso machine. And so I sought him out very quickly, and it was really good coffee.
And he loves coffee too, so it worked to his advantage. He also brought in a wine machine, a winemaker.
That we wouldn't be able to pull off.
So you got busted at Quantico for smuggling coffee.
No, but I heard stories of people who had before. And then on the right, the international students got to see parts of our nation's capital from a perspective that we normally don't even get to see.
I was going to say, you never get up on that balcony.
No, and that comes right out of that the congressional meeting space, and how many people even get to go in that. So impressive behind the house tours of many of our nation's monuments was.
That's cool.
It's humbling, and it reminds us of how much effort has gone into getting this country to where it is. It's impressive. And on the right is France and England.
Is that what you called them?
Yeah, and states too. People pretty much are known by their states. And well, let's see if there's anything I wanted to make sure I told you about. The biggest advantage or takeaways that I had gotten from this, number one was the leaders in our law enforcement agencies, whether they're the head of the LAPD or a really small department, are all really good people trying to do the right thing. They have great hearts. Part of me expected more of a macho us versus them mentality. So I was very happy to see that, these are really good people leading these departments of all sizes with these great challenges in front of them. And a lot of these challenges they're forced to deal with, being that initial contact for our community and law enforcement, even though they're really big community issues, and we're not going to solve it at that level of their interaction. And so they're struggling in dealing with that part. Another thing that I took back is our investigative procedures and the way we do things are spot on and basically revalidated by what I got back from there. A lot of what we do costs money and takes time, and a lot of our guys don't like the attention to detail, but we do it for a reason that way. And I can again say, yeah, this is why we do it. This is how we represent our community.
I had a small concern when Ron went because of how unique we are and how we've been doing it this way for so long, that he was going to come back and say, we got to change some things.
Yeah.
And I forget how long Ron had been there, but I called him and I said, hey, how are we doing? He goes, I'm learning. We're kind of right on track.
Nice.
So it made me feel good. I think America, you're going to see, looking at departments like ours and go, we need to mirror this. We need to be more part of our community. We need to reflect the community. We need to understand. So when he said that these communities are, we have nothing to worry about, I felt great.
Yeah.
Very proud. I'm very proud of Ron in general. He's a great undersheriff, but I'm more proud of him for taking this task on. I don't think anyone wants to leave their home with 4 kids for 10 weeks.
I don't know.
But we had this extraordinary opportunity. It was laid in our lap, and he took it. He never came home for 10 weeks.
Wow.
And so I'm very proud of him, and I think we all should be.
Thank you for doing that.
And the weed topic was very interesting too.
From Colorado perspective, I bet they're hitting you up.
I was labeled the moment I came in, being from Colorado. But this group, again, I thought I'd be more of a pariah. But even there's one particular guy from Texas who walked up like this, and he said, "So legal weed, huh?" And I said, "Yeah, I certainly have my concerns about it from the public safety perspective." He said, "But it's chaos out there." And I'm like, it's not chaos yet. And if we look at the numbers and we look at the science of this previous year, we know it hasn't been an upheaval in our community, at least, or in the state. And then his arms came down, and the next day was another conversation. And ultimately, it's like, it's coming my way too. We've got to be prepared for this. So we did a lot of talking with different states who see the tipping point when it comes to those types of things as well. And they're smart enough to try to get out ahead of it, instead of just do that wall, which isn't going to benefit anybody.
Well, I think as we know, in the state, Pickens County has been watched as far as how we're approaching the marijuana issue. And on a national level, Colorado and Pickens County is being watched. And, we're watched here for a lot of reasons, because of the good work we do and because of the extremes we have. The visitors we have here, the dignitaries, the weather, the tourism, the X Games, all that stuff. And they watch us. And I'm proud to have you out there and doing such a great job. And it makes me feel good when I go places and they go, "So, what about the weed?" And you go, "Our sheriff's department is on it. We're working on a community level, and we're educating ourselves a lot, and we're educating our community, and that's a huge plus. So thank you."
Thank you.
Did they learn any profiling or behavioral analysis unit?
Yeah, made sure I got into that class as well. It's taught by one of the profilers who helped establish the science as they developed, an older gentleman. And he had a lot of experience, and everything we did was based on actual individuals and cases. And it was a lot of research and a lot of making sure you're paying attention in class, but that was one of the easier ones to pay attention to.
Yeah.
Getting into the minds of how people end up at that point where they're committing crimes like that on a regular basis, and how we detect it. That's one of my favorite classes.
Yeah, very good, very cool. Any other board questions? Again, thank you for increasing your skill level in the safety of our county, and probably increasing the skill level of the whole department through what you bring back. So thank you for the sacrifice.
Thank you.
And thanks, Joy, for letting him go and hoping he'd come back the same guy that we
He
sent.
did us all a favor.
Yeah.
So, thank you all. Any more questions for me?
No.
Board, anything else?
Oh.
Okay, Don?
I have a question for you guys. Tomorrow, I bet you we're the only jail in the state that's offering a hero wrap and a hummus platter, cucumber, tomato salad, and pita. But if you're not into pressed lamb, we also have Mediterranean tuna wrap. So I would like to know if everybody's okay with the entree, or if they would like the Mediterranean tuna wrap.
I'm good with the gyros.
I kind of like the
Gyros
tuna
are great.
wrap.
They're awesome. You wanted to?
Yeah.
I like the, yeah.
Where's it coming from?
From ABH. And I will tell you.
It's the same, it's what inmates will eat.
Right, yeah,
It's the same
you're gonna
food.
eat the jail meal for the day.
You're gonna have the jail meal.
And, as Ron said.
So if we
Yeah.
like it, we can go over
He
there?
did say hummus. Yes, we do have hummus in our jail. Who else?
So
Oh, no,
Ron
give me
thinks
a break.
Ron said that meals are a big deal in Quantico, they're really a big deal in jail, so if you wanna come and, so one tuna wrap, the
I'll take
rest
a
are
tuna
the
wrap.
regular.
And
Oh, I think Steve said tuna wrap too.
No, I'll go for the.
He's going for the
I was
hummus.
gonna say, you can book me anytime, I'll come and move in.
All right,
And
thank you.
I want you to know that the sour cherries are ripening in Glenwood Springs, so I'll be bringing you guys some pies.
Okay. And I will
I'll get a
not
piece
be
of it
there
last
tomorrow
year.
because we're doing our comm director pre-interview, so you'll have Ron and, no, you won't. But Ron and Don will show.
Ron and Don show.
Okay?
Great.
Thank you, guys. Thanks,
Thank you
Phyllis.
all. Thanks to your
Thank
whole
you, thanks for
department.
coming.
Keep it safe
Ron,
out
I'm
there.
glad you finally got to come over and,
Me too.
thanks.
That's great. Okay, we are now scheduled to go into a special meeting for executive session for the purposes of property acquisition. I would like to solicit a motion to go into special meeting and executive session according to Colorado Revised Statutes 24-6-4024A.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, grassroots, that means you can turn off and pack it down, and we will...
Hummus at our jail, huh?
I'm going to go off or be here in a few minutes.
why don't we-